doing, girl?
I'm doing pretty good.
Hey, everybody. We have Allie in here tonight, and she's going to clear some things up. I'm going to let everybody get a chance to get in here. It's jumping fast. Let me say hello to who got Deputy Sheriff first in here tonight. Hi, PG. Want to comment tonight? Woohoo! Yes, you're number one. Good fortune, number two. Hello, beautiful PG. 120 acres. It says hello, everyone. Annie A, how are you doing tonight, sweetie? Hello, PG in chat. How you doing, Jody? Jessica, Robin. Robin says, hey, PG and Allie. Let me see. Mommy of six says, hello, PG in chat. Boy, that many kids, you wonder why she's in here, right? I got 4, and I'm wondering. English Rose says, hey, everybody. No ring, no talk. Hi, PG in chat. How you doing, sweetie? And let it be. Hello, PG in chat. Also, best mods ever. Absolutely. God bless them, right? Much, much love, she says. Good fortune, PG. You were missed last night. Yes, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. PG was having a total meltdown last night, so you guys forgive me. Precious Me 35. Hello, PG mods in chat. Hello to you, sweetheart. KU says hi. PG chat mods. Much love. Much love to you, sweetie. Allie's joined us tonight. I think she's going to clear up some of the front porch talk that went on over at hell, I can't even remember that lady's name. That's how much I give a damn about her, right? I really can't. Possess something, right? I don't know.
Crime Stories Obsessed.
Yeah, more like possessed is what I call her. She even changed her name for a day to suit me. I thought she walked to a beat of her own drum, right? We had her walking to PG's drum, Allie.
That woman, I'm telling you, I had to get away or else it was going to get ugly. Like,
I'm telling you, she got off crazy as hell there, didn't she? And she was like spoon feeding them lies, wasn't she?
Yep.
And here's what I want to ask. Do all of those neighbors live over there in that house together, or were those separate people?
They live in different houses. Melissa, the one that was yelling at me back and forth on the porch, she lives right next to me.
Right.
And she ain't no perfect little angel either. I can lay all her shit bare and square. And then I got one that lives 2 houses up the street from me that thinks she's Miss Hottie Tottie and her shit don't stink.
Is that the dark-headed one or the older one?
That's the older one with the glasses.
Okay.
And then the brown-headed one is actually her sister.
Oh, okay. So she
lives on the other side of town somewhere.
Oh, so she really don't know a damn thing about what's going on. She's just chiming in with some bullshit.
Yep.
Pretty much where it went, huh?
Yep.
So why would these ladies want to come out and attack you like that?
I think they're in it for the fame.
You think they just wanted some airtime?
Some attention, and I don't know. They never really liked me from the beginning, and I could care less. I'm not here to please or be friends with anyone in this neighborhood. I'm here to put a roof over my kids' head. And I got into this program to better my kids' life, and that's what I'm doing.
Absolutely. And I don't blame you at all for doing what you're doing.
Oh. Go see. Find him a t-shirt.
Wait, so that bullshit was true? What? Little message to see.
Hold on, PG. I got an issue to take care of.
Okay, no problem at all. I get a few of those in my background.
She's dead. And then she didn't get the fuck up.
What was the message?
She's taking it again because I'm drinking.
Well, yeah, she's smoking. Y'all need to sit down and have a chit chat.
Sure. I'm gonna do that.
Just chill. For a few minutes. Okay? I know. I see it in your eyes. Hey, PG, I will hop right back on here in a few. I have an issue to take care of.
All right, sweetheart. I'll see you when you hop back on.
All right, dear. Don't turn off without me.
All right. Okay, Allie says she is coming right back. She has something to take care of there. So there, PG knows how that is. I've had to turn the mic off a few times, right? Absolutely. Oh, thank you. Thank you, White Window Baby. We missed you dearly, PG. Always praying for you. Please use this for whatever you need it for. I love you, girlfriend. Never stop being you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. She says 100% love and prayers. God bless you, sweetie. Absolutely. I'm so grateful. Thank you. KU, someone is manipulating law enforcement in this case. Yeah, I was so disappointed last night. I was just totally disappointed. Actually for like 2 days. Did you guys see the news? I'm gonna go ahead and play it for you. While Allie's handling her.
He says the investigation has led to the continued thought that if Summer is found, it will be nearby.
I believe that she would probably be somewhere close by, because we found nothing to lead us to believe that she's been abducted or trafficked out of the area.
Pruitt works alongside the TBI and FBI. Along with the ground search, Pruitt says investigators have poured through data. Almost a year into the case, and Detective Pruitt says it still remains a very active investigation.
I'm not going to let it go cold.
He says,
let's listen to him one more time.
The investigation has led to the continued thought that if Summer is found, it will be nearby.
I believe that she would probably be somewhere close by.
Now, there we go. He says that he feels that she would be found somewhere nearby, right? Absolutely. So they do believe that whatever took place on 110 Ben Hill Road. They do believe that wherever she is, she's somewhere close. That's why Don and Candace is giving them so much bullshit, and they're giving everybody else a lot of bullshit as well, right? No trespassing signs they're putting up. You heard Candace plainly tell Ernie, I know a lot of people, have issues with Ernie and everything, but we got to kind of thank Ernie in some ways, right? Because he let us know how Candace stands when it comes to somebody coming upon that hill to search for Summer, right? I mean, in all honesty, he put it out there better than Benny, I think, because he let everybody know that, Candace is absolutely refusing to let anyone upon that hill to find Summer. So, there you go. I put out the link, open panel here every night. If anyone wants to grab the link and come up, you're more than welcome to be on panel, support Summer. Anyway, as he said, it is someone close by. I'm going to pull that back up because I was...
We found nothing to lead us to believe that she's been abducted or...
Nothing to lead them to believe that she has been abducted. There you go. Nothing.
Trafficked out of the area.
Pruitt works alongside...
He said, or trafficked out of that area.
The TBI and FBI. Along with the ground search, Pruitt says investigators have poured through data. Almost a year into the case, and Detective Pruitt says it still remains a very active investigation.
He says he's poured through the data. That means all incoming, outgoing information. They've got their suspicions. I mean, he pretty much knows. I mean, they know. It's just, they've got to get the case. They've got to build a really solid case. And I think it's going to happen. Absolutely. And obviously they've got some kind of suspicion where Summer may be. So we'll have to wait and see on that, right?
I'm not going to let it go cold.
He said he is not letting this case go cold. Absolutely, he is not going to let it go cold. We need to we need to remind him of that, right? That was his words, and man's only good as his words, right? So we must keep reminding him of what his words was as of Sunday, right, when he did this.
Hope that
he says the investigation has led to the...
This is also what he had to say as well. I'm just going to tell you guys right now, trigger warning, absolute trigger warning.
He says the investigation has led to the continued thought that if Summer is found, it will be nearby.
I believe that she would probably be somewhere close by.
He said that again. Is that the... Let me see.
Somewhere. But we also have to...
This is the one I was after. I'm sorry.
I would hope that she is still alive somewhere, but we also have to...
He says he hopes, but then listen to what he has to say next.
To be open to the idea that is no longer a possibility.
There you have it from them. We must understand that it may not be a possibility, right? And as I've been saying from the beginning, we got to hope for the best, but we must prepare for the worst, right? But you really don't get the justification of those words, until someone like that actually says it to us, right? I mean, this is coming from the law enforcement now, and I think they're just, wanting to prepare everyone. I think that's what they're doing, is they're wanting to prepare everyone. Maybe they got more in their pockets than we think, and they know it's going to be coming out soon. So they're just trying to... And if you took note to his eyes, his eyes just let you kind of know what the answer in that one's going to be, right? Um, yeah, I know Candace gave Benny $1. I'm not shocked that they gave us an update. Not after that last search. And not after, the way that Candace and Grandis and Donald and them have been acting. Not at all. I also, they said that, they've let Donald know that anytime he would like to speak to him, they're there, and they will even, get out of bed to come there and speak to him if need be, right? Candace is lit and mad as a hornet because things ain't going Candace's way, right? She tried to boyfriend Benny up, boyfriend Ernie up, actually boyfriend anybody she could up. How you doing, Allie?
Pretty good. I'm back for a few minutes.
You had to handle that one, huh?
Yes.
I'd take them outside.
It ain't all the way done yet, but like I said, I'm back for a few minutes. So
I figured you had to take them out back, whoop them up a little.
oh Lord.
Absolutely. Anyway, did you hear what the detective said?
Yes. And he is kind of right, like with all these YouTubers going up and acting like investigators and everything. And then you got people calling in like all these hearsay nonsense tips. Yet it is plugging up the case.
It is.
Because
Absolutely.
every tip that they get in, whether it's false or true, these four guys have to sit there, take the time out, trace it down, investigate it. And therefore, if it's false information, it's taken away from the investigation. So people really should chill when they say that Ellie's not really doing anything.
Right. Absolutely.
Because we're not there. We're not there working the case in their shoes.
No, we're not. And that is absolutely true. I agree with you. We're not. But I think they have quite a bit in their pocket. What do you think, Allie?
Oh yeah, they have something. I think they have pretty much what they need.
Right.
And they just have to have a little bit more.
Right. That's what I think as well.
And, and it's just crazy.
Right. Anyway, I can't believe that he said that we need to prepare for the worst.
That it hurts.
Yeah.
I heard that come out of his mouth. I'm like, please.
Right.
Don't even say that. Don't.
They obviously know something, or they wouldn't,
Or else he wouldn't word it like that.
You're right. Absolutely. So.
It's crazy. I mean, I think Candace and Donnie need to give it up. They really do.
Right.
That baby needs to be brought home, and she needs justice.
I so agree. I absolutely agree 100%. I think, my personal opinion is Donald and Candace do know where, and Grandis know where Summer is. They know exactly what happened, and they're covering it up.
Yep. And it's going on far too long. I mean, they've done it once they already have one missing person in that family.
Deputy
You
Sheriff
got no
says,
idea.
has anyone been invited to Candace's ugly bug ball? I think there's a song, The Ugly Bug Ball. Let 'em crawl, let 'em crawl.
Oh Lord.
I'm pretty sure that's how it goes.
I need a lighter.
Yes, I will play it again. And then just here in a few seconds, sweetheart. Absolutely. I will play everything again because I know more and more people's coming into the chat tonight. And so absolutely I will. Definitely play it again here in just a little bit. Let me see.
I mean, if Crime Stories Obsessed really wanted an interview, she could have came and called me and talked to me. I mean, she sure as hell didn't have to get her fake ass information from 3 assets of the universe.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That were all drugged up on something, I'm telling you, man. If they didn't act like they were on something, I don't know.
What do you think those girls attacked you?
Who knows? They don't like me and my family. I don't know why. I've never done anything to them.
Ladies, I just put Allie's Cash App in the chat for my mods. If my mods could grab that and keep it going for me tonight, I would appreciate it. If anyone would like to show Allie some support, I would appreciate it. I'm hoping to help get Hunter a phone. His phone was taken, it's still gone, and I would surely appreciate if anything anyone can if they can help out. I would appreciate it. Absolutely. Thank you, White Window Baby. Thank you. God bless you. Absolutely. Anyway, so you said that the dark-headed one lives across town, the older lady lives 2 doors down, and the little loudmouth blonde lives right next door.
Yep.
And you have no idea why these ladies congregated together other than to get themselves some attention to go against you like that.
Yep.
And
I think what they're trying to do, I think they're trying to scare me away out of this neighborhood because, they don't want me here. They never wanted my kids here. It's like we're not good enough because I don't associate with them and I'm not into the things that they do. I'm sorry. I have a life to provide for my kids.
Exactly. You got to get up every day. You got to go to work. You got to come home. You got a household to run. You have a super large family of your own. And friends outside of, it seems like outside of all of that you you socialize with, and you just don't have time for all the rest of the bullshit. Is there any men that live in the houses with these women?
There used to be.
Okay. That's what I was wondering. But now they live singly, or
the one next door to me, she lives single to me. Let's see, the one up the street, I don't know if her man's still around.
Okay.
I don't really pay attention.
Was there any men in their homes around the time Summer came up missing?
Yeah, my son had a falling out with one of the guys. He actually sent him back into his house with his tail tucked between his legs.
Okay, so she did. It was at the one next door?
No, that's one a few houses up. The one that was wearing the glasses. Her husband thought he was all, well, her boyfriend, whatever you want to call him, thought he was all big and bad and tried to come at my son. And the minute my son bucked up to him, he
turned tail and went.
Yeah, he turned around and went with his tail between his legs.
Well, I hear Hunter's pretty big boy, you know, he's a pretty big boy, and you know, at that age, boys are hard to handle. They, you know, they don't like to back down, and you know, that's a real fight there. So, you know, especially when the young guys are trying to grab their, you know, they're striving and trying to grab their independence, and you know, so they could be hell to deal with. Absolutely. I don't blame him for turning around and getting back up in that house. Absolutely.
But if it wasn't for my grandmother sitting next to me, she was on the phone with my best friend. She's like, "You need to come quick. Allie's about to go to jail." I mean, girl, I had my interview clothes on because I just got home from my interview. And I was sitting outside. I was trying to enjoy the nice warm air. And all of a sudden, I hear these bitches talking. I'm like, oh, hell no. I'm like, how dumb can they be? I'm sitting right here next to them. Like, dude, seriously. So they waved at my grandmother because my grandmother seen them looking over at me because I was on the phone with my friend. And I was like, you got to check this shit out, man. And I gave her the link and everything. And they waved at grandma, and grandma waved back, and then they said something. Then I went the hell off on them. I'm like, really? Really?
Wow.
Like, you don't know shit. Explain to me how you really know what went down that day when you weren't even here. The young lady, she's never home. She claims that she works. And she's never outside with her kid. Her son is, I want to say he's 10 now. And he's out here running the streets by himself every day.
Right. I noticed that she did say that her son's an issue, and that she's getting the help that he needs. I have another question. Did indeed, she said that her daughter was in your house, ran away, and was in your house for 12 hours while she was looking for her daughter and puking on the side of the road, and the police were looking. Is there any truth to that?
No, she got that whole story all made up. What happened is that her daughter and my daughter were best friends.
Mm-hmm.
And the mother was out of town at some kind of game. The daughter was left home with a stepfather that she did not like, did not feel comfortable around him. She came over. I asked her if she had permission to be here. She said yes. Her stepfather said she could be here. The next thing you know, her mother called and said that she had to go home. I told the little girl she had to go home and everything. And the little girl goes, no, I don't want to go home. The mother goes, I'm calling the cops, blah, blah, blah. Now, let alone her aunt lives up the street. So I went and gave her aunt all her stuff. I said, here's her bike. Here's her book bag she came with. The minute the mom said that she was calling the cops, the young girl darted out my back door.
Right.
The cops did show up. I talked to the officers. They came in. They looked at my house. The little girl wasn't here. She was running around in the neighborhood, in the back neighborhood. She came up to my door. She goes, let me in. I don't want to go home with my mom or anything. I said, stay put. Let me go get my mother, which is Truth Nana. I went around the front. I grabbed an officer. I said, listen, she's at my back door, banging on my back door. She don't want to go home. Well, the mother caught wind of that and ran out back. She chased her daughter down. The cops caught her daughter. She ran from them again. Then she decided I caught her. I put her on my front porch because some guy came up for her. I didn't know who the guy was. I said, you're going to sit your ass down on my front porch until I get an officer over here. I'm not handing you over to your mother. I'm not handing you over to this some guy I don't even know. I'm going to hand you to an officer. But I tried talking to the mother when she showed up to get her child, and the mother ran out of here like a bat out of hell in her car, like coming at me sideways. No, don't come at me sideways when I don't even know the whole full story. If I knew she wasn't supposed to be over here, she wouldn't have stepped foot in my house. I don't run a household like that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But the mother, why did she? So really, she didn't tell the real truth about that situation, then, did she? Absolutely
Nope.
not. Absolutely not. And you know, that's pretty much the way it goes, is also. That is absolutely the way it goes. You know, for what reason did she not want to be in her mother's house, though?
Because she's afraid of her stepfather or
Oh,
whoever the guy her mom's dating at the time.
right. Absolutely. And you know, I understand that to the fullest. When I was a teenager, they was family had moved in our area and had two daughters, stepdad and a mom. And most of the time the lights were on over there very late at night, hooping, hollering, like more like a party house type thing. And I went to school with one of the girls. Actually, I know both sisters, but I went to school with the one, you know, was friends with her more so than the other sister. The other sister was kind of, you know, quiet, refined, kind of, you know, intimidated. And the one that hung with me was more, you know, outgoing and talkative and so forth and so on. And one night, late at night, she came over, and I think I was bringing in some clothes off my mother's line, some blankets. My mom wore blankets in the, you know, end of summer. She would wash up all the blankets and uh, air dry them out on a line, and then, you know, for winter. So that's what I think we were doing, and it was kind of late at night. I maybe about 10:30 at night, going on 11 maybe, I don't know, but I do know it was late. I was very young, and to stay up late was, you know, um wasn't really allowed in our house. So, but we were, you know, cleaning into summer, putting things away and getting winter stuff out and so forth and so on. So anyway, long story short, she came over, wanted me to hide her. I did. And her parents showed up. The police showed up over there first. And then they were walking around the neighborhood and they had talked to my parents. And I had her out in my parents' garage. And I told her why she didn't want to go back there. And she said because the stepdad was doing nasty things to her and her sister, you know. And she was only 13. She was only 13 years old. And her sister was younger than her. So, you know, um, that was a really, you know, and I didn't want to, you know, send her out either, but I didn't want my parents to get in trouble as well. And, you know, so the police, like you said, the police took her as well. Once the police showed up, you know, um, she came out, she went around and got with the police, but, and it wasn't long after that they moved out of the area again. They didn't stay long because the mother wanted to protect that man. You know, nobody really did nothing. They didn't really help her. She did get returned back to the home, and that's just how it was, you know.
So yeah, it's just crazy.
Yeah, stepdads are very, well, you know, not just stepdads. A lot of dads, a lot of moms, a lot of people are just really super abusive. You know.
Yep.
You know, as a kid, I used to go to some girlfriend's house that, you know, her mom would be at the bar all the time, gone at the bar. Her dad wasn't around. He was at the bar. The mom's at the bar. And I mean, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, you know, during the summertime, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, they still ain't home. You know, she's there watching her sibling and nobody around. I mean, she just basically was the mom of that house. And she was only, I guess, 11, 12, 13 years old as well. And the only reason I knew about that, I was a little older. At the time, I was a little older, hanging around with my girlfriends, but we happened to hang. One of my girlfriends, it was actually some of her family, and we used to hang in that area where she lived. And sometimes I would go over and, you know, talk to her, sit and talk to her for a little while, because she like had nobody to talk to. Like, you know, she had to watch the house, watch, like I said, her sibling, and she had nobody. And I used to, you know, if I was walking, we was walking to the carryout, or we were walking anywhere to get anything, I would bring the girl back some pop chips, you know, and her little sister some stuff as well. And you know, I try to be nice to them, and I felt bad for them, but back then, you know, child services did nothing, absolutely nothing.
Nope.
A lot of kids live like that.
I know another one that's living like that too right now. But the more and more that I talk to her, the more and more everything don't seem to add up. She's like, I hate to say it, but it's like she's a typical teenager, doesn't want to follow simple rules.
Right. Absolutely.
And you get that from most kids. I ain't saying like everyone's sitting on here saying, like on YouTube and everything, saying that I think my kids are perfect. I'll be the first one to stand here and tell you my kids are not perfect. They are far from innocent.
They are no perfect teenagers. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
I've been through hell and back with my kids, and let me tell you, I'm not going to sit here and judge them. I'm going to sit here and love them and support them and be there for when they. And if they do wrong, and they know if they do wrong, they do the crime. Don't do the crime if you can't do the time.
There you go.
And my oldest will sit there and tell you that one right now. Yeah, she was a young teacher. She screwed up. So what?
PG worked all of her life. I worked all my life. As a kid, I threw papers. I had paper route. I shoveled snow. I cut grass. At 16, I started working permanently, a job. And, you know, I always had a little, back then, you know, cool cash in my pocket, and you know, and if I could help other people out a little bit, I tried, you know, absolutely. I think half of where I came from, actually I say half the neighborhood was walking around in my clothes, girlfriends. Sometimes I thought that's the only reason they hung with me, is to clean out my closet, wear up all my makeup, and I don't know. Anyway, if you don't mind.
Hang on, PG. I'll be right back, honey.
Okay, sweetheart. I lost Allie one more time. She'll be right back. You haven't changed the batteries in your smoke alarm? Girl, please don't mention smoke alarm to me right now. Mine went off the other night, and oh my gosh, it was like, you should have, I think we all of a sudden it became our pinata, right? Everybody grab a stick and try to bust it all. Yeah, it was crazy. I had to admit. Yeah, Allie is definitely a sweetheart. Okay, absolutely. I will pull up that video one more time so everybody can see
Says
it.
the investigation has led to the continued thought that if Summer is found, it will be nearby.
I believe that she would probably be somewhere close by.
As you heard, he says she will be somewhere. He said he believes she will be somewhere close by. Let's go back and listen to him again.
As the investigation has led to the continued thought that if Summer is found, it will be nearby.
I believe that she would probably be somewhere close by, because we found nothing to lead us to believe that she's been abducted or trafficked out of the area.
Pruitt.
There you go. Nothing to lead them to believe she was trafficked or abducted out of the area. There you go.
Works alongside the TBI and FBI. Along with the ground search, Pruitt says investigators have poured through data. Almost a year into the case, and Detective Pruitt says it still remains a very active investigation.
Absolutely.
I'm not going to let it go cold.
And he promised he ain't gonna let it go cold, so we'll have to make sure we remind him of that, right? Here's the bad news.
I would hope that she is still alive somewhere, but we also have to be open to the idea that is no longer a possibility. I would hope that she is still.
As you've seen in his eyes, I'm going to pause it. As you can see in his eyes, prepare for the worst. He obviously knows more than he's telling for sure. That's just my take on it. Oh, Lord. I did, okay, the second part, can you please play the second part? Yeah, there was a little more to the interview. But I am not, as creators, we're not allowed to play people's full interviews. I'm sorry. You can only, as in creators, we're allowed to use clips. So, those are the clips that I, actually the most important clips that was in the whole interview, to be honest. Absolutely. What other channels do? I can't control other channels and what the other channels do. I can only control this channel, and you have to follow the YouTube guidelines, or else you can get in a lot of trouble. So Allie is not going to give Hunter's phone back at all. Not until I think they've got evidence. It is evidence. Whatever they got on the table is solid. And until the prosecution, and there is probably, in my opinion, a prosecution is coming. And until that prosecution is done and over, he will not see the light of that phone again. If he ever sees it at all. I don't even know if they will return it. Hopefully they will. But it is evidence, and until it's used for that evidence, it will not ever be returned. Absolutely not. That's just the way law works. I have actually seen evidence that was not ever returned on many occasions. So if you think that when something goes in evidence, depending what it is and what reason they have it, I mean, a phone, I don't know, but a lot of things do not get returned. It's like, they're not going to say, oh, here's back your butcher knife. Absolutely not. They don't care if it went to your set or not. Anyway, while we're waiting for Allie, there has been a lot going on with Benny, right? I mean, he is calling Candace out something fierce. Absolutely fierce. Putting out her texts, putting out, he did make a video and then deleted it. Unbelievable, right? Well, when you got a case like this going down, there's going to be a lot. Yeah, a lot of evidence comes up missing, right? In the locker, in the lockup room. Yeah, it's supposed to be a lockup room. Any evidence comes up missing. That is hilarious. And cops come in, like, roll some money on the table. I guess you won't be needing that no more, right? Stick it in their pocket. That's why they got cameras on now. But anyhow, yeah, Benny's putting a telltale sign out on Candace. He's absolutely has confessed that, she went after his money, but his body, right? Whoa. I don't know which one to feel the most sorry for. in my opinion. Yeah, she did. Exactly, white window, baby. You know. Benny, give me a break. I don't feel bad. I don't feel bad. You know, Benny threw a lot of people under the bus, was mean as hell to a lot of people over Candace and Donald Wells. I mean, you know, he was in there and treated people like shit, right? How you doing, sweetheart?
I'm good. I wasn't going to come up tonight, but heck, you talking about Benny and Candace. Let's go.
Yeah, absolutely.
They
I'm
deserve
telling you,
each other.
they yeah. You know, those are two peas in a pot there.
Yeah. Maybe
And
they'll get jail cell together.
you know, Benny he treated people nasty. I mean, he jumped on everybody for Candace and Donald. You know, he even threw Summer under the bus, right?
Oh, yeah.
Nobody talk about Summer. You will be deleted. You will be blocked.
He wanted total control. He wanted total control of the whole story.
Right. He didn't care. He didn't care who he had to put under that bus.
Right.
To keep Don and Candace. I mean, he was 100% protecting them two dogs, right?
Right. Yeah.
I mean, you know, he was like, I'm gonna get your ass. You talk about them. Don't you fucking talk about them. But you fucking cocksuckers out there. I'm all for innocent till proven guilty.
Yeah. Why do you think Peregrine? Why do you think he turned? I mean,
because Tim Mullins, you know, he thought he had, you know, this back door he could slip into and talk bullshit with Tim Mullins, and Tim Mullins ran out the front door with it and, you know, handed it over to Candace, you know?
Yeah.
You know, Benny's trying to, Tim Mullins is like, hey, you know, yeah, I downloaded the phone on my computer, but I mean, I'll run out the front door and tell Candace what I did for Donnie before I turn that shit over to you or go along with you in any way. And it basically got them both rolled off the hill, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they rolled down fast, too.
Yeah. I mean,
Like,
both them
Benny,
bitches
catch
got
me.
rolled down the hill at once, right?
Yeah.
Candace, man, Miss Trenchball right there. You know,
Jeez.
she got her old back brace on and came out there and rolled her asses off the hill. You know.
Yeah.
She was like, listen, Benny and Matilda, get the hell out of
Matilda.
here. You know what you're having for lunch today, right?
Matilda, that was a good one.
Big old chocolate cake.
Yep. You ain't getting none of our brownies.
No, ain't getting none of our brownies.
No,
Absolutely not.
Not sharing, Benny, nor Candace.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope. If I'm going to get in trouble for having my kids help make them, I'm keeping them.
Exactly.
I'm going to call children's services on you. Having
right.
kids making brownies. Yeah, what the fuck ever.
I don't know. I haven't.
Bitch, if they ain't took their kids yet, they sure the hell ain't gonna be taking mine.
No, she ain't getting those kids. They're not going.
Oh
back.
hell no, she ain't ever getting them kids back. Matter of fact, I think they are getting ready to. I think they are getting ready to prosecute. I mean, just from the way that detective talked, absolutely. They know what the hell happened, and you know, all I got to tell Candace is, you know, bitch, you're the one that needs to be hoping for the best and prepare for the worst, right? Get your soap on the rope.
Yeah.
There you go. I think that, I mean, I ain't never been to prison, but women probably need it just as much as men, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I hope she likes the color orange.
I mean, I know that, some bitch giving me trouble, she needs some soap on the rope because I cat her bent over, I'll kick her fucking head into a wall, right?
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah,
I
ain't
kick her
nobody
ass hard
touching
enough,
me.
that
No.
head would be in the wall. There you go.
No. Ain't nobody touching me. Nope.
That's just crazy.
Let's see.
I would get used to solitary confinement, right?
Says Benny is mad at Candace for chasing him now. But he egged it on, just like Candy. Laugh out loud, Benny looking ass. Yeah, well, if they hook up together, they're both going to have their little spats right now. And
yeah, he found his way out.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was an A, B, and C conversation, and Benny had to see his way out. And Tim Mullins was B, and he had to see his way out too. And Candace, she just standing around with their mouth open, hollering, "Hey," I don't know. It's an all fucked up situation right there, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, yeah, it is. This whole thing is just like out of. Well, I think you're right. I do believe that something's going to happen here pretty soon. I don't.
Definitely.
YouTube hasn't gone like really totally crazy like it was a couple weeks ago. It seems like everybody's kind of settled down a little bit, except for Benny, because he's back up making a fool of himself.
Yeah, but he's sure she hasn't even bathed in real life. Could you imagine her in prison? Tiny cell. She gonna get killed in there, right? She gonna get killed in there.
Yeah.
They're gonna be like, "Ain't no way in hell we're putting." They would freaking drag her to the shower.
Yeah.
They'd be like 10 bitches in there trying to give her a bath.
Well, don't
so
they
she don't
spray them
stink.
down first? I think before they even.
Yeah, with pesticides. I hear. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll even supply it for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll send them a few cans.
Yeah. That's just nasty.
With Candace in there, they gonna need all they can get.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I tell you, if it comes down to that and she is arrested and she ends up going to prison, she's probably going to want to be in solitary confinement for the rest of her life, because I can guarantee you somebody there will take care of her. They don't like those people that do something to children.
Oh, hell no. And Tim Mullins could write a book. Who the fuck's going to read it? I mean, damn.
I'm getting that
dude,
book before Tim Mullins gets his.
That's just like that would be like the boringest ass book that anyone ever read, like, oh God.
Yeah.
Save me. Absolutely save me.
Yeah. And like I said, I'll get that book done before Tim Mullins does.
Yeah.
No, that money would be donated to, we'll do some kind of a scholarship in the name of Summer. That's what that money will go for. It's not for me. It's for Summer. Absolutely. It's not for her greedy family, or I should say it's not for her greedy mother. It's not for her dad. Just saying. Sorry.
Absolutely. I heard that.
Yeah.
I heard that. Yeah. I heard that. I heard Benny talking about, they, Candace and Grandis, I guess they, found out that the, get out of jail free card going, and look at how they looked and they found out. Oh shit, Donnie's got it in his pocket in jail. Well, did you ask him if he had it? Maybe he gave it to him with the phone.
That's a good one.
Tim's like, I ain't giving that bitch back. I'm gonna need it.
No shit, huh? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Absolutely.
Oh, it's hilarious.
I don't know what happened to our Allie.
She's taking care of kids, you know.
Yeah. Oh, I
Yeah.
know what that's like.
Yeah. Well,
Did you want to see the picture for Summer tonight?
yeah.
Ain't that
Oh,
beautiful?
that's beautiful.
Yeah.
She is so pretty, you know.
Absolutely. She is. She's beautiful, ain't she?
Yeah, it was like, I'm sure all of us as mothers or aunts or grandmothers or even fathers in here kind of makes you wish that, you know, that God gave her to you instead of to them,
Right.
you know.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Or
You know,
for any
I
child that's missing, you know,
I
because
think
of,
anybody in that chat tonight that had her, any of us that had her, you know, she be in a warm home, lots of love, kindness, caring, a lot of food,
yeah,
you know, and a beautiful, beautiful little white bedroom suit, all big doll houses, Barbies, all kind, you know, beautiful
right.
dresses and clothes hanging up in the closet. I'm sure
Yeah,
many pairs of shoes. You know, she'd be going to, you know, soccer practice, skating lessons, you know, just everything and anything, you know.
well,
That's what parents do, you know.
yeah,
Your
yeah,
child has a something they want accomplished, and you try your best to help them to accomplish that, right?
yeah. Yep, you do everything for a child. I mean, when you have a child, your child
No
comes
matter if it's a
first before
small
you.
dream, you
Yeah,
know, a small dream or a big one, no
yeah,
matter if it's in the here and now and the future, right?
right. You
You
know,
do all you can
yeah,
to get it to reach its goals, you know.
yeah,
I mean, there's some parents that move halfway around the world to suit their children's needs, right?
yes, yes. And, you know, and sometimes as a parent, if we, you know, sometimes we can't fulfill that child's needs, but we sure give it a hell of a try, you know?
And you
And
know,
yeah,
Candace couldn't even move off that hill.
well,
She couldn't even move. She couldn't even move off that hill to save her children
right.
from all that. But she was the patheticness, right? She was
Yeah,
it. She's bringing those people. She's just like Donald. They bring those people to that house around their children. Um, you know,
right.
introduce their children to everything. I mean, nobody else had to introduce them kids to anything evil, right? They were doing a hell of a job introducing them kids to everything that was evil on their own.
Yep.
You know, they didn't have to worry about anyone else being mean to their children or abusing their children or neglecting their children in any way, right? Because they were doing a hell of a good job themselves up there.
Yes.
Um,
Yeah, and it's pretty sickening. You know, it makes me just sick to my stomach. And I mean, like, you know, and there's a lot of parents out there that are just like them, you know, and I mean, come on, when you have children,
Mrs. Fletcher, they are a lot closer. I know he said, um, I know that you know people are saying that this case ain't no closer to being solved than it was on day one, but that's bullshit, absolute bullshit. Because day one there was helicopters, search dogs, thousands of people going through there, everything locked down. Um, I mean, they have been running down all kinds of different avenues from day one. Um, and you know, abduction don't get took off the table unless they know something, or trafficking didn't get took off the table unless they know something. Um, Trust me, they're a lot farther than we could ever believe that they are. And And I think they pretty much know if Summer's still with us or not. And it looks to me like not. If you ask me, it looks like not. So, I don't know if somebody's talked. I don't know. I mean, I could just look at that man's face and tell you it's pretty much not.
Yeah.
Not to bust anybody's bubble, but that was my personal opinion from day one anyway, to be perfectly honest with you. I, you know, I always believed that the parents, they
Well, and like we had said too, though, even if it was an accident, they should have did something, and
right.
but it's this whole thing is a cover up. Something happened to
Well,
that little girl, and somebody on top of that hill knows what happens to her, you know, and just
even
like,
if it was an accident or what people would so call an accident,
yeah,
even if it was a so-called accident, it wasn't, and I can't call that an accident. I mean,
no, well,
if you
no,
cover it up, how the fuck is it an accident? I mean, okay, you hit the kid, you don't mean to. In my opinion, I believe Candace hit Summer. I think she attacked her. I think, that's my opinion. I
yeah,
think she attacked her, and I think she didn't mean to, but Summer didn't live through it. And yes, she would have to cover that up. Now, is that an accident? I
no,
don't know how to look at that, to be perfectly honest with you. She didn't intentionally kill the child, but bottom line, she still did, right? So,
well, right, if that's what happened,
exactly.
yeah,
Or, Grandis leave medication or something, or some kind of patch laying around, that absorbs into the skin or something she was wearing, and Summer put it on, and that was the end of her.
right,
I don't know, but is that an
and that's,
accident? That is an accident, and I think that's an accident that could be overlooked.
mm-hmm,
And no one would have went to prison for. So I think that's something you could call 911 on. Maybe try to get help. And so whatever went on, whatever they did to Summer, might have been an accident to them,
right,
but it was something that had to be covered up because it would not be seen as an accident. And the only thing that I could understand that would only thing I can understand in that case was she got into illegal drugs that they were not supposed to have, no prescription for them, and it outed her. Or, like I said, one of them attacked her, and she is no longer with us. Um,
So, did you hear? I mean, it's just something that I heard. It could, like, I don't know. I'm just going to tell you what I heard, okay? It's just somebody had said something about like this, that maybe Summer wasn't even with them, that maybe Summer was left home with the boys.
Luna Star, thank you. Thank you for the super sticker. I so appreciate that. God bless.
But there's too many stories about, she was sick in the back of the truck. Here's another story is that maybe she wasn't even with them that
Right.
day. It's just too much. There's just too many stories,
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's,
Guy's name is Jerry. So who's this Jerry guy? Oh, was that the... I'm not going to say anything. Is that the friend?
what friend?
They're... Oh, I don't know. I don't want to get it wrong. Linda Fields, could you explain more?
detective, wasn't it? Or what was his name? I can't remember his name.
Oh, you got a new member.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yes. Yes, we got a new member. Thank you.
That's sweet.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, that's true. Every adult failed Summer. Every
Yes,
adult that knew her. Yes.
right.
CPS failed those children terribly.
I agree. You know, I, you know, yes, thank you, Annie A. I totally, agree in one way, but not in another, because there is a lot of adults like Allie and her girlfriend and other people, the lady down the road. Many people were calling because we know CPS was up there, right? And really, who failed those kids the most was CPS.
Well, yeah.
Because these people, what you can't, as Allie said earlier, this little girl was in my house. Then she's refusing to go home and stuff. You got to turn them over to the police. Absolutely. And obviously that little girl is back into the household where she didn't want to be, right? So who's failing our children? Who's failing our children? It's not the people calling CPS. It's our law enforcement and CPS itself, right?
You're right.
I mean, it's our system.
No, you're right.
I'd love to blame all of these people, but you can't. I mean, Allie couldn't go up there and just take Candace's kids and, raise them or place them into a good home on her own. She called the authorities that could do something for them, and those authorities went up there and failed these children miserably. And
yeah, they did. They did.
So there was good people, good adults trying to get these children help, but their hands were tied. I mean, they can only do so much. They can make the proper phone calls, but the people behind, answering the other end of those phone calls don't do what needs to be done. What can you do? What can you do? I mean, we're not allowed to take justice into our own hands, right?
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, then you end up losing your family.
Yeah. Could you drop a link for Jenny? I don't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, sure. I was wondering if Allie's coming back to me tonight. I dropped you a link, Jenny.
Did you see D-Boss? Did you see what she said there? Oh no. She says, PG, I want you to get merchandise that says absolutely. I will definitely buy a shirt, and it will piss off Doughboy Doug because he makes fun of you for saying it's your trademark.
Hey, girl, what's up with you?
Oh, just got a new phone with new phone service. This is not the new one. We left Verizon. Hello, Wisconsin Mama. Hey, everyone. We left T-Mobile and went to Verizon. Well, Verizon told us our phones was working when we left the place, and they're not even activated. The data or nothing is activated on it.
Absolutely, Molly. Absolutely. Doug is a liar. And he does take everyone's content and, but I tell you what, I did watch his, he tried to come out and bully me and, with his little friend, crime possessed or whatever her name is, and he had a lot of backlash from it. You know, a lot of people backlashed his ass on that one because he does, you know, Doug, and that's why Chris M don't have nothing to do with him because he does not support women at all. He's very, very rude to women. He don't like women at all. It seems like, and he has a lot of, you know, that Doug has a lot of mental issues, and you know, absolutely has a lot of mental issues, especially when it comes to women. And he acts like he supports things, but he really don't. He doesn't, and you know that's just disgraceful. It's like you can't act like you can't act like you're looking for one child. I've seen a lot of people do this as well. They act like they're looking for Summer and everything, but then they threaten the other creators' children and so forth and so on. How can you do that? I mean,
Yeah,
you know,
that's really bad.
you're right. You got to love all children, or you love none, right?
Yeah, but
I
you don't
mean,
do that. I mean,
no, absolutely not. I mean, I don't understand how can you support one child and then try to attack other ones or put other ones in harm's way?
right,
I
right.
mean, that's crazy as hell to me.
Yeah,
Um,
pretty immature.
yeah,
Just
so that
immature.
goes to show you what these people are really after, right?
Yeah.
They're not really for the one child, they're acting like they're for.
No, they're for the story. That's it. They're not for Summer.
Absolutely.
They're not for any missing child. They're just there for the story, the content,
Right.
the money,
Right.
anything
Absolutely.
but the child. Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely. Um, I totally and utterly agree. I totally and utterly agree with you. Um, yeah, that Doug's a sore subject where PG's concerned. You know, he picked on me from pretty much day one, and then you know, Donald told me that he hit Donald up and said, "Come on over, let's attack this fucking bitch, let's destroy this whore." Talking about PG.
Yeah. As a matter of
And
fact, I watched that video tonight. I went back
and
on YouTube and watched that.
yeah,
Mm,
and and what did I do to anybody? All I did was, try to support a family with a missing child.
yeah.
And once I figured out that this family was, um, basically a bunch of demons, and that hill up there was hell, I tried to come out and let everybody know what was going on, right? I
Yeah.
wanted to share with everybody, exactly what was going on, so you would know not to let these people keep running you around the bush and leading you around by the nose and screwing you over for everything they could get. I seen how they was letting all the creators take people to cleaners, and their only real bitch was that they wasn't getting all the money instead of they thought that all the creators should have gave everything to them. That's what Donald and Candace thought, that money should be going to them. They felt that the reward fund, once Donald figured out they couldn't get the reward fund, he didn't want it going up. I mean, any higher. He didn't care if it went up or not. Personally, he didn't want a reward fund definitely going up at all. He, and the only reason he came out and really fought for it, what little bit he did, when he did, is because, and I'm not going to lie, I told him, you're a piece of shit. You're looking like shit in front of the eyes of every human being, including myself, for not wanting a reward fund to go up for your daughter. I mean, that right there, Donald, shows you're guilty. It shows that you're fucking guilty. You don't need it to go up because you know where she's at, right?
Yeah. D-Boss says he's like on a witch hunt for you. He is threatening to dox you, show your face, and he is a POS. Piece of shit.
Tell him to show it. If he's got it, show it, because it's beautiful. If he really has it, show it.
Yeah.
I mean, you think that PG cares? Show it. What is my name, Doug? I just have to tell you, why don't you ever call me by my name?
Her name's Suzanne, Doug.
You know?
Suzanne is her name because that's what she likes.
Singing to you, Doug.
God.
Why don't you ever call me by my name? There you go, Doug. What I got to say to you, dumb fuck.
Yeah.
Like, I give a shit. I'm here for summer. I have been here for summer. From day one. I'm here to let people know what pieces of shit the Wells are. I haven't ever supported them fuckers in any way, form, or how. If I supported them, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't ever be here.
Right.
I did give them the benefit of the doubt on more than one occasion to prove themselves, innocent of not doing what we all believe they done, right? And I told Candace, come over here, support your daughter, be a co-host with me. Come over here, come up, share pictures, show that album you made, show some of the things you've been buying her, show us, prove to us that you don't know where she's at, that something did happen to her, and that you're a concerned fucking mother. Nope. Did she come up here and do all of that? No, absolutely not.
Nope.
Actually, she came up here and let us all know that she went out of that thing at 4:35 o'clock that day, right? She let us know that something happened to Summer way earlier than she said it ever happened, right?
Yeah.
That's what she did. She came up here and hung her fucking self.
Yeah.
Made us even more suspicious. And then after hanging herself, she got mad for doing what she did to herself and wouldn't come back up here no more, afraid that she may really hang herself terribly, right?
Yeah.
She found it, hey, it's best I keep my mouth shut unless I'm going to go horn dog around looking for some guy to come, up on 110 Ben Hill Road, like Benny, Ernie, she even over there on that other guy, hell, I don't know his name, my fat rat, Jamie.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, she's getting, she's getting no rest and depressed, right? And it ain't because her daughter's gone or her sons. It's because she's up there with no John, right?
And and
so
supposedly I read that she has to pay $35 a month in child support to CPS. Yeah,
absolutely,
a lousy $35.
Right.
Jeez, that's bullshit. Yeah.
Absolutely.
$35. Hey, Doug, why don't you send Candace $35 so she can pay her child support, Doug?
Right. Why don't he do that?
Yeah.
If he cares so much about the boys, don't send it to Candace. Just send it on in to whoever she has to pay, right? Make sure the boys get what they need.
Yep.
Be a good citizen, Doug.
Yeah. Oh, we lost Teresa.
I lost
Jenny. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm so tired.
Yeah.
My last day of work tomorrow finally, and I'm just like, I feel like a zombie.
Right. Well, I came in tonight because Allie wanted to set the record straight with what was going on the front porch with the neighbors, but it seems like she's having a little bit of things going on at her house, which I fully understand. Trust me, I fully understand. I mean, my kids haven't really reached probably the ages of Allie's kids yet, but I do know what it's like, when I was younger, and I mean, I know about my own parents' home, right, and other people's homes, and I know that I know a lot of people with teenage kids, and man, only thing they could ever do is look and say, "Hey, PG." Well, they call me by my name because they know who I am.
Oh,
But
they know who you are, huh?
yeah, but they say, "Hey, you don't even want to think about teen years. You don't even want to think about it." So I don't
Yeah.
know. I have no idea. I mean,
Well, PG, I'm seriously, it is not easy raising a teenager. And honestly, in this day and age, I am thankful I am not raising a teenager because it is so hard. I mean, it's hard on them
I
too.
think that's the same guy that was there the last time Allie was up on panel, and she said it's a friend of theirs. A friend of theirs. So, I don't know if it's a friend of True's or somebody that but I do know it's somebody that's because last time he wanted a pizza. Remember?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah. Always out late. It did sound like somebody was angry in the background when Allie was on panel.
Yeah, I would think with Donald in jail and Candace's income being zero, they would be no child support, right?
Well, that's what I would have assumed, but I had read
Yes,
that it was $35 a month.
yes. Ernie did say that Candace did not bail him out. Matter of fact, Candace did not put a dollar towards Ernie's bail at all.
No.
Absolutely not. Um,
No.
somebody else donated it in Candace's name from what he said
And then they spelt the name wrong.
and spelt the name wrong.
Yeah.
I think they spelt the name right. Because Candace is the
Are
one
you
spells
telling
it
me
wrong.
Candace has been spelling her name wrong all these years?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh,
Absolutely. She has been spelling it absolutely wrong for a while now.
yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm just telling you guys, that's just what I heard, that she had to pay $35 a month. That's just what I heard. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. And if she really was getting, money from all these cash apps and often Benny or whatever, however that went, then I'm sure the state is, or the county is going to look into that too.
Absolutely. They are going to they will definitely they would definitely look into it. The state, let me tell you something about the state. They want every dollar owed to them. The problem is they don't want to pay out every dollar owed to us, right?
Right.
Like our roads fixed. I mean, man, we were hitting chuck holes as why give up ground for cemeteries when we could just bury everybody in those chuck holes, right?
Exactly.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yep. Yeah, and you know what? Honestly, if Don and Candace didn't have anything to do with this, then why would they both say she will never be found?
Well, it's probably because I don't know.
Why would you say that about your
I'm starting to
missing
think if
child?
you found a chuck hole and covered it over, the person would never be found, right? I mean, with our cities and states and everything. I mean, they'd just be thankful somebody covered it over, and it'd be another 100 years, right? Be like,
Yeah.
whoa, who touched that for us? Well, we appreciate it.
Right. Right.
That's crazy.
You are right. It does make you wonder how much money Candace really did get off and Benny. Maybe he didn't share. You know,
Um,
I don't know. I do not know.
I don't think there was, any sharing there. I think Benny, like a lot of the others, um, they signed up that contract for kickbacks as long as they
Oh,
didn't
that's
break
right.
that contract. I mean, what I'm saying is, they must have made a pretty good amount of money, right? Because
Well, if they signed a
and he got a new
contract,
phone. He got a new mic. I mean,
yeah,
he was rolling and flashing some things, right?
right. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if he signed that contract, he would have had to give her some,
And
some
I'd
kind of
say
money.
Benny drives a pretty nice vehicle.
Oh, I have no idea.
Yeah, I seen it. He was filling it up with gas. Um, you know, and I tell you another thing, Benny must not be too broke because I'm gonna tell you, he does dress his son nice. And I take note that Benny buys his son the nicest toys. Um, some really nice toys and stuff to play with. So I'm gonna tell you that little feller, they don't go cheap on his son. Um, and I can give you his son's clothes are from a store, and his shoes are definitely from a store as well, brand new, not a yard sale or used. The way the Wells children were up there, Donald made a lot more money than Benny.
Well,
I
according to
mean,
him, remember he spent $100 a day.
and I mean, I'm gonna tell you something. If my husband would have if he would have made it hard for me and my children, if I would have had to do yard sales and thrift stores and things like that, um, cancer probably wouldn't have got him first, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's just a no-no. To me, you got to. I have nothing wrong with thrift stores or yard sales if people have to go to them or use them. I mean, I don't know. But what I'm trying to say is, a lot of people store away stuff that they put in yard sales. They store it away in damp basements and crummy places and then you take it home. Even if you wash it, you might not get the mildew or something out of it. It could give your child ringworms, and I don't know what it could do. I think it's better to buy, you know, uh, it's better to buy a $2 shirt, off the discount racks in a real store, brand new clothes, than it is to go to yard sales. I mean, that's just me, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just me. It's who I am. Um, there's a lot of places that sell, like every year, like right now, for instance, all the winter clothes are on discount racks, and you can get your kids like everything they need for next winter, and you can hang it up in a closet, put it suit for I like the outfits. You can put a pillowcase over them, hang them in the closet, and they will be good for they'll be good to go next year. Or you can, put them in a pillowcase and lay them down in a good brand new clean tote and put, all the stuff in there, and then next year pull it out right at the end
Right.
of the summer, because it's only a few months and you'll be pulling it out. Um and at the end of summer, you can all the summer stuff will be on discount, and you can grab all of that up, put it in a tote, and have it for next year, right? And you can get all the clothes you want. I mean, $4 or $5 a piece. I mean, to me, that's cheaper than a yard sale, probably. I don't know. I mean, I just ain't into used stuff. I mean, that person might have lost their kid or something, and I don't want my kids wearing clothes that belong to somebody that's no longer here. Um, I don't know. Maybe I'm a freak.
Oh, I don't know where I work. It's kind of tough because we so when somebody passes in the, when somebody passes on. And
Right.
usually when we go through the clothes, that because when you go to a nursing home, their name is written on the clothing, on the
Oh,
tag of the
yeah.
clothing. So
Right.
it's like we don't, well, I don't put out anything with a name on it anyways, somebody's personal name on it. So,
Just cut the tags off.
oh, no,
I'm
I don't.
kidding.
Oh,
I'm
I know.
kidding.
I know, but I won't sell anything without a tag on it either because people don't like that. They want to know the sizes, they rather have the tags
Right.
on them. So we just recycle the clothes. So
Right.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It just makes me crazy to think about. I got OCD. I can't help it. I really do. And I rather my kid have 3 new outfits than 10 used ones. That's just me. I would rather have 3. I will wash them and dry them and keep them up beautifully. And no thanks.
Right. And it's true. Like if you do go to a thrift store, okay, so let's say it's the beginning of winter. If you do go to a thrift store to find winter jackets and boots and stuff, it's true. Sometimes you're not there right on time when they come out because that stuff
Absolutely.
sells so fast. It sells very,
If
very
I
fast.
pass if I pass down clothes, um to other kids or to people, like I will pass down as soon, like I'm one of those helicopter parents. I mean, I'm helicopter not only over my kids, but over the household and everything. And if I'm one of those, if something don't fit my kid, I right away, okay, you get it back off. I wash it up, and it goes. I look for what else ain't fitting them,
Yeah.
and it all goes in a pile and washed, cleaned, and straight to someone's hands. I don't put them in a tote. I don't put them back and hand them out later. They got to go now. I mean, I don't even want them in the house any longer.
Yeah.
Because that way they're not going to get that moldy or that, If something lays around, it needs trashed. That's what it needs.
Yeah. There's a lady that had come into my store the other day and she shops this other store, this really huge thrift store that starts with a G. Anyways, they're going to selling mostly clothes now instead of, like couches and coffee cups and dishes and stuff. They're transitioning over to just clothing in their
Oh,
store.
wow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I won't buy used dishes either. I can't do it. Um, Absolutely not. Ever.
Yeah.
Because for $5 at Walmart's or any place, a dollar store anywhere for $5, you can get 4 plastic plates, 4 cups, and 4 spoons or whatever they are. You get the whole damn set for $5. It's called a summertime set. At the end of summer, sometimes they'll have a wintertime set, right? Santa Claus or Christmas sets. Um, my, I have dishes, but my kids would eat off of that before they eat off of some used dishes out of anywhere.
Right.
No, that ain't happening. I mean, I will convince the whole world that to mismatch is chic, right? I will tell everybody it is chic if but they're gonna be my own dishes. I mean, I don't care if I broke half of them. I would keep the rest, add some
Yeah.
new ones to it.
No.
It will be mismatched dishes before they are used. A whole set of used ones in my kitchen. Hell to the no.
Yeah.
I can't do that.
We are very, very particular of what we put out for dishes. I mean, they have to be like almost brand new.
Um,
But we get a lot of like Under Armour, Nike. We get a lot of really good stuff for clothing, and we're really picky about what we put out. But we don't charge very much.
You want to know how embarrassing I am? And that,
How?
my kids, they would rather eat at home, like even fast food. Get it to go, Mom, because I promise you, we go in a restaurant, they are not eating with those forks. Matter of fact, I got one that will not eat with them forks at all. But anyway, I will pull my purse up and pull plasticware out of my pocketbook. And yes, you do get a lot of people stare at you when you do that, but I don't care. And my kids are not eating with that. They could take their silverware back because my kids are not eating off that shit. Absolutely not.
Well, and when I know that people can go to, the $1.25 store now, and you can buy new stuff like that,
And I also order, even if we're going to eat there, I order it to go. I ask them to put it into the to go because I don't want it on their damn plates. And it saves them from having to take a plate back and put it in a to go box, right? Because it's already in the to go box, and that to go box is styrofoam. Nobody else has ate out of it, and I mean, believe it or not, I am a real embarrassment when it comes to going into a restaurant. Matter of fact, my date wants to take me clean to the back. Absolutely. At least my husband did. In a corner somewhere. I say, why we always get in a corner somewhere? It's not like he's that romantic. And he's like, no, but you're that embarrassing.
That's funny.
You're plastic wearing a purse and asking for the shit in to-go boxes. Are you crazy?
So I just wanted to answer D-Boss. I don't touch the shoes. The shoes I can't do. I cannot do shoes, and I cannot do like couch pillows. I won't touch any of that. I will not. It's gross.
Susie, to anyone, I do the same thing. I promise you. I go to the movie theater. We ain't buying nothing. I walk in there with a tote. I don't even have a purse. I have a tote. My tote is full of everything. I mean, I got snacks. I got pop. You will hear if I don't have bottles, a pop, you will hear a can snap open. It's me snapping a can of pop open in the movie theater. Promise you. I do not. I ain't no way in hell I'm going to pay the prices that they want. I mean, just for a candy bar, like $3 or $4, right? Oh, hell no.
Oh, I know. I went to go buy my son or my grandson a candy bar, and it was $2.49. And I'm thinking, nope, you're not getting that chocolate tonight.
Exactly.
No way.
Shoot. I have a tote full of Hershey bars and stuff. I tell them, hey, here, just buy one off of me. It's $1.
I'll send you my address.
And I have actually had people say, you serious? Really? You'll sell me one? I'm like,
why not? At the price of everything nowadays, you might as well make a little money yourself.
I was just kidding, but if they want to buy a candy bar, I was just joking with them,
Yeah,
I'm serious.
Yeah, oh, that's funny. That's funny.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what?
$6 for a pop. Yeah.
Ain't no way. No way.
Seriously. I mean, it is like I know that the big bucket of butter popcorn is like, whoa, it is real expensive. And most of it hits the floor or the people down in front of us, especially if they have their head blocking my view. Man, I give it to them. I think one time, probably worst thing I ever did at a movie theater was hit a guy with a hot dog. in the back of the head.
Are you serious?
And then I was looking around like, where'd that come from?
Oh my God, that's funny. That's funny.
I heard it's serious. Seriously. I was looking
Mm,
around too. Actually, I just wanted to make sure nobody was pointing at my ass.
that is
She did
funny.
it.
That's funny. Yeah, I had a granddaughter working at a restaurant and she quit. She said it was so dirty. She said no matter what she did to try to clean it, the next day it'd just be so dirty again. And she was done. She said, I'm not working there anymore.
Oh
You
my
know,
gosh. I have been going into these restaurants like for months. From the beginning of COVID, like day one, I shut down immediately on
yeah,
restaurants. And I did not even go near a restaurant until maybe I say maybe a month or so ago. Maybe about a month or so ago, I started my I have one son, he really loves French fries.
oh yeah,
And so he's like kept saying, "Mom, you need to fry me." And I'm like, "You ain't getting no damn fries, you know?
yeah,
You ain't getting nothing out of there.
right,
Absolutely nothing. One cough and you're sick."
yeah,
And so I steered clear, but I allowed him to get some because I heard the heat kills COVID, and so I'm like, well, I could put it back, run it back through the oven myself, just for extra precaution. And so I opened myself up to a French fry, which led to some pizza, which led to, you know, and it's like, I had to shut back down on them. I'm like, no, no, no,
mm,
no more. Um, I ain't doing this because, the hospitals are still overwhelmed with COVID patients. Um, it hasn't gotten any better. Just because they're not talking about it as much don't mean, it ain't as crucial and critical as it was before, because it is. And I told them they definitely, hardly nobody's wearing masks. I said, well, your ass is,
yeah,
you know.
yeah,
Or you could, you know, stay in the car. Um, you know, you
right,
you ain't going in if you ain't got a mask on, that's for sure. And so I see the mask fly on the faces because there's no way they're not going in.
yeah,
They see, everything they could possibly get their hands on. That's kids for you. But I promise you, I don't know if I spend more time putting stuff in my cart or taking it out of my cart. And that's true story.
wow,
Seriously.
wow. No, we just do movie night here. We have our own popcorn and with the grandkids and, rent a movie off and or watch Netflix or something, I just can't see spending $60 at the movie theater, I just can't do it. And I don't want to be in there, so they got to be at home with me. Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of that. I've heard of that yard sale that goes from one end from all through the states.
Mhm.
Absolutely. I have actually heard of that. And
Yeah.
I'm not saying that, I'm not saying that I don't buy things. I am actually a vintage nut. I love vintage furniture and things like that. Um I'm not saying that, I don't buy things, but if I cannot bring it home, scrub it up, wash it, you know, completely disinfect it, it ain't coming into my house. Absolutely not. I mean, I will buy like knickknacks or, maybe furniture that can be completely, you know, cleaned down and oiled up and, like I said, disinfected and everything, I will consider that. But I will not consider clothing or pillows or, sofas or nothing cloth. Absolutely not. Um, you know,
No, and it's really, I mean, like,
I
from a thrift store, it is hard to buy, a couch or a chair, anything like that. It
yeah,
just,
I'm friends with all walks of life.
yeah,
I don't pick like just, snoopy rich people to hang with, or middle class people to hang with, or lower class people to hang. I know people from every class. I get along with people from everywhere, every place. I mean, I do not, I'm nothing but a piece of dirt myself, right? I mean, we're all made out of dirt and dust, and dust we shall return. Absolutely. And we are no better than anyone else. Just because you wrap it a little better than somebody else don't make you better than them. Absolutely not.
right.
Um, you know, so I have friends from all walks of life, and I respect every last one of them and treat them with the utmost, respect and the same kindness that I do anyone else that I associate with. Absolutely, no matter where they come from. It doesn't matter as long as they're not an evil human being or, creepy or something, then I absolutely, I have plenty of people. I adore them. And, just like this chat, I adore my chat. They
Oh,
beautiful
yeah.
people in here. Absolutely.
Yeah,
But,
there is.
the thing is, um, I have people that, yeah, they have to shop, at they can't afford new stuff all the time. Absolutely not. But I have watched, like, for instance, one friend of mine, um, she got some toys, and I absolutely helped her. I helped her scrub them up, and I told her, I said, I think you should throw some of these away because they were like squeaky toy. And
Oh,
I
yeah.
said, because, I don't know if something could get up in here, and she's no, 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 she don't want to throw nothing away. And
Mm,
I
mm-mm.
pulled the water up inside and squirted them out and squirted them out, and did the bestest job I could do, helping her clean that stuff up. But I told her she probably should throw them in the trash. I'm not lying.
Yeah.
And her baby ended up getting thrashed. And
Ugh,
like I told her, you can't, no, you can't buy this stuff and let your children play with it. I
mm,
mean, and I've seen other people, get ringworm from stuff people gave them, and it's just like it's disgusting.
yeah,
And and that's lesson learned,
yeah, and
um
that's one thing that we do not sell. If those rubber duckies come in, anything that's, any kind of a child's toy, and excuse me, anything with a hole in it where it can suck up water, it
right.
goes right to the garbage because you're right. There's probably mold up inside it, or there's something up there that is not healthy for that child to come into the store and buy. So we just,
Absolutely. And see, that is exactly what I'm talking about.
yeah.
And I'm glad that you guys do that because,
Oh,
a lot of people don't. And it ends up causing these children a lot of complications. And
yeah.
because, parents, they don't, young mothers don't think, young moms do not think, um PG probably wouldn't think either, if I didn't have a good mom that, I had a mother that, and actually a grandmother. I mean, these women wanted the house clean corner to corner. They wanted, they put up winter curtains and they put up summer curtains. And they just, they worked. I mean, those windows always clean. The house cleaned, coffee made. They had it going on, and they kept everything clean, and my mother's the same way. We didn't have a lot, but what we had was new, and it stayed clean, and we didn't get impetigo and ringworms and all this grossness
Right.
that other people get. I can't ever remember anyone in our household, ever really being sick at all. I think I was sick once, one time
Mm,
that I had
yeah.
to go to the doctor and get a shot because I got sick. But other than that,
So,
I don't think so.
Prayer Garden, did you look at Susie to anyone? Look at her comment about Don. That is so good.
You fry
Susie
me?
Susie to anyone.
Yeah, she said you fry me.
Oh no, you're way behind. She said at least Don did one good thing. Brought us and Prayer Garden together. Or
Aw,
brought us and Prayer Gardens. Yeah.
well, God bless you.
Yeah, that was very, very sweet.
You know, I always say, that is the great thing that um God did bring a lot of people together for summer. Absolutely, and good
Oh,
people.
yeah.
He brought us from all over the world together for her and support her and to keep her in the light and keep her out here and to fight for her until we actually bring her home, and get justice for her. Absolutely. And we're going to do that. We're going to absolutely, that's God's will. He didn't put us together for nothing. And I know it seems like a long haul, 9 months going on 10. I know it definitely seems like a long haul, but as I said before, it's going to be on God's time, right? Not ours. We think we can control things, but we can't. The only one that has control over all things is God Almighty. And until He's ready for this case to be over, you know, until He's ready,
Yeah.
it ain't going nowhere. I mean, that's just the way it is. But, I think the prayers, as many prayers as going up to Him and tears being shed for this beautiful little girl, Summer Moon Utah Wells, I think that God is, I think He's pretty much ready. And I could tell that detective, I knew Ronnie Lawson was when he came out fighting mad, right? That they ain't cooperating, they
Mm-hmm.
have done law up. Absolutely. And then this detective came out and I could see the tears, like, his eyes were stinging when, when he told us when he actually said he hoped she's still with us, but we need to prepare. I think he knew the answer
Yeah.
already, just by the look at his face. I mean, I read people's, I read people's body language a lot, and especially their eyes, and that's the window to the soul. And if a man's got a heart, or a woman's got a heart, or even a child, it won't be hard to tell, you know, what the real truth is when they're talking, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, you can tell. I mean, you can just tell.
Absolutely.
You have that feeling, and you just know.
Mhm.
You know. Um. But
The windows to that soul really tell us a lot, even in bad people. It'll
yeah.
tell, if you just look, you'll find, The Bible says, seek and thou shalt find, you know. And unlike Benny, I don't seek I don't I don't seek innocent till proven guilty. What I seek is truth. I seek God Almighty, and God's the truth, and I want the truth. I need the truth. I have to know the truth, and I don't want to know nothing else. A lot of people get upset. Hey, PG, um, you know, so and so saying this and so saying that, and then I have to bust everybody's bubble. And don't think I don't know I'm busting a bubble when I have to say no, this, you know, and discredit it because it's been there before and everybody's excited to hear it again. But I don't mean to bust anyone's bubble. I just think we ain't got time for it. We have to move forward because, you know, we have to move forward as fast as we possibly can on this case because we need to get Summer home. We ain't
Yeah.
going to get her home running around the bush with the same bullshit. We got to move forward. We got to get, you know, we every day we've got to get everything we can that's new. We've got to, you know, get updated. The only reason we go back on anything is to try to see if we missed anything because when we were back there in it, we was, you know, everything's moving so fast at that time. I think we could have missed a few things. And that's why I go back to see if we missed anything that could be possibly brought forward that, you know, we overlooked. And in that case, it would be new, right?
Right.
But I don't go back. I don't go back to bring the same shit forward just for content or you know, clicks, views, and likes because that ain't what this channel's about. This
No.
channel's about the truth, 100% the truth, and nothing but the truth. We want Summer found, we want Summer brought home, and we want justice for Summer. And that's the only damn thing we want, right?
Exactly. To bring her home. And I do agree with Angel. Tim Mullins, he does not need to get involved in Monkey's case.
Oh, absolutely not.
That
And
guy,
I think his parent, I think Monkey's parents, the mom, I think she done set that fucker straight. And I'm just saying, I'm sure
Yeah.
she did.
well, I hope so. I hope so.
I think he was a little offended how straight she set him.
Well, I'm just saying he's a creeper. He doesn't need to be. I think the guy's trying to make a name for himself.
I would definitely offend that bastard.
Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely, I would. You know what I got to ask Tim Mullins is why did you supposedly start you think that parents of missing children should have a website, should have a YouTube for their missing child to keep their missing child out there in the light, right, Tim Mullins? Okay, you piece of shit motherfucker. Then why in the hell ain't the Wells site over there about that instead of all the bullshit that it is about Donald's trip? And, you know, we're seeing Donald at the interview panel. We're seeing airplanes. We're seeing the boys, but we ain't seeing Summer. Where is Summer? Why would you not making videos and everything? Let me tell you something, Tim Mullins. Why wasn't you posting that? Why wasn't you posting that? Why wasn't you posting everything about her? What the hell you mean keep the kids out there? You know, you want to get your nose in there and then move the child out of the way. And for what reason? I don't know, you sicko. But somebody needs to look into that for sure.
Yeah. Like, he didn't even post any pictures of Summer, did he?
I
No.
didn't see nothing of Summer. I
No.
did not see anything as opposed to, you know, but when he was trying to get a hold of Monkey's mom, he brought that shit out. He said that that's why he thought that they should have this YouTube, right? To keep
Right.
the child out front and its name out there and in the line. You fucking bastard. You've been running the well site for Summer and you haven't kept her in front of nothing. If anything, you have buried her. What the hell's he talking about?
Yeah.
He couldn't, you know.
When he had that phone, he should have turned that phone right over.
That man disgusts me.
You
Is
know.
what he does. Is he
Yeah.
disgusts me. And I have to tell him even more so that, you know, Donald's phone don't mean a damn thing. They had got us the phone they wanted. They got their phones the day Summer went missing. And one thing, you know, we got the FBI working on this case, right?
Right.
And we got law enforcement working on this case.
Yeah. Yeah. That we do.
And, you know, what I'm trying to say is There's nothing on the Wells phones that they don't already know anyway. They know where they ping. They know every conversation. I mean, absolutely. They track everything. I mean, they knew Donald was taking the picture before he took the picture because he binged in the area right where he's taking that picture, right?
Right. Yeah.
I mean, they knew what it looked like before he did. They ain't getting away with shit. You know, I don't know why Benny wasn't smart enough to realize, you don't need Donald's phone.
Right.
And Donald and Candace are going to, they ain't going to let nothing be on their phones to fucking incriminate them anyway, because they know better than that shit.
Yeah.
They absolutely know better. And if anything, the only thing you're going to get off their phone's a fucking joke. Let me tell you something about Donald and Candace Wells. They would go take a picture 50 times of a certain area just to get law enforcement in there, wasting their man hours to look at it, right?
Yeah.
And so they could
would.
sit back and laugh. Oh, I
Yep.
told you that sooner or later they was going to go look in there.
Yeah.
And that's just the sick-minded bastards they are.
Well, yeah, they proved that when they made that phone call to his sister, how sick they are.
I'm going to
You
tell
know,
you, the phone
they're
call to
they're
Mary,
nuts.
the tote thing, dumping the baby doll out of it,
Yeah.
the fake thing on Jody Sue's land, looking for, supposedly there was a body there in the lake, on their land, a pond, a body in the pond. I mean,
It just goes on and on and on.
oh, it does. It does. I mean, I could sit here all night and talk about the bullshit fucking things they pulled on so many different occasions and call me up on the phone, sissy, ha 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 ha. Why are you guys doing this? Why? Just like the bones that Ziggy went and found. Donald laughed in the phone. He says, sissy, Fred Hill would do anything for $10 and laughed his ass off.
Wow.
I said, did you pay him to do such a thing? Donald wouldn't say. He just laughed about it, period.
That's crazy.
And I knew then they set Ziggy up. They thought it was funny as hell. They had that shit planned. Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. They did. Lots of them. Every story that they put out there, it was a joke to them.
Right. Everything. And they even got people that will, go along with it. For money talks, bullshit walks. Bottom line.
Yeah.
And, Donald knows who needs money and who don't up in there. Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, it just is what it is.
It is. Well, PG, I'm going to say goodnight. I'm going to drop down. I got to get to bed.
All right, girl. I was waiting for Allie to come back.
Love you. And what's that?
I said I was waiting for Allie to come back, but it seems like she might have got busy. I hit her up on Facebook. She said she'd be back in a minute, but maybe she's all tied up with whatever's going on tonight.
Right.
Possibly I might have to get her on maybe tomorrow night or at a different time. Seeing she's got so much going on tonight. So absolutely. But I appreciate you coming up, Wisconsin Mama. Thank you. God bless you.
Have a blessed night. Okay.
You too. Absolutely. Okay. PG's going to, I guess, head out of here as well. I will play the videos again for anyone that didn't get to hear them because someone was asking for them to be replayed. And so I'll just put up another rerun of tonight, what's going on. I'm sorry that, that Allie wasn't able to step on panel. She's pretty tired too. She cleaned carpets today. And her big carpet machine was giving her trouble, so she had to use a smaller one, and that was a lot of work. So, and then she's obviously got some things going on at her house tonight. So, maybe she can come in tomorrow night or a better night that she can actually talk with us about you know, them neighbors. At least we know about the neighbor's little girl now, right? And what happened with that for sure. So, oh, Susan, thank you. Thank you for the super sticker. 199. God bless. I truly, truly appreciate that. I am so grateful. Thank you. Oh, thank you, White Window Baby. It's okay, PG. Much love and prayers. Much love and prayers to you guys. Here we go. Let's hear this out again. I'm trying to get everything down so we can hear it.
He says the investigation has led to the continued thought that if Summer is found, it will be nearby.
So he does believe that it's nearby. That's why they keep. I knew they knew. Like, I knew when they kept going back to the same area, they know pretty much where she's at, right?
I believe that she would probably be somewhere close by, because we found nothing to lead us to believe that she's been abducted or trafficked out of the area.
Pruitt.
Nothing to lead them to believe that she has been abducted or trafficked out of the area. Now, this is law enforcement.
Works alongside the TBI and FBI. Along with the ground search, Pruitt says investigators have poured through data. Almost a year into the case, and Detective Pruitt says it still remains a very active investigation.
I'm not going to let it go cold.
He said he's not going to let it go cold. We got to remember those words and remind him, of what he said, right? We got to remind him what he said, because a man's only as good as his word, and he just gave us his word. He is not going to let this run cold. And I think that means he's got a lot in his pocket that he ain't telling us about. So what he's saying really is this isn't going to run cold. They got enough evidence. Absolutely.
So have
So
to be open.
and I'll bring up the other one.
Idea that I would hope that she.
This is where he's talking about Summer.
I would hope that she is still alive somewhere.
And he gives hope that he's hoping she is. But
we also have to be open to the idea that is no longer a possibility.
if you look at his face, I think he already knows the possibilities and all that, right? Absolutely. Yeah. Anyway, that's a lot to take, right? Absolutely a lot to take. Yeah, I was hoping Allie would come back. She said in a few, but she might have got hung up with whatever's going on. So I don't want to, take her away from her family when they need her right now. So, possibly she'll join back with us tomorrow night and talk more about the neighbors and why they telling such horrible lies, right? Here we go. I'll let everybody have a look at the somebody stole to get out of jail free card, right? They're having a fit about that one. They're pretty sure it must have been Donald, but I think they should look at Tim. He might have it. A little something to try to lighten up the mood, right? I don't think they think that she wandered off Absolutely not. They've checked those woods inside and out, and they pretty much know if she'd have wandered off. I mean, I don't know if anybody else has been following the Cassie Carley's case, where the mother of the 4-year-old little girl disappeared. Her boyfriend, she was supposed to meet her boyfriend to pick up their daughter. They shared, he got to spend some time with the little girl, and then she came up gone. And this was last week, and a week later they found her body in a shallow grave. And now they're trying to get, I seen the family on the news, and they're pretty busted up over everything for sure. She's a beautiful lady. She was a really beautiful lady. Died senselessly. There was no sense in what happened to her at all. Just an ugly human, right? She met up with the wrong person, and obviously didn't know how bad he was, right? Brenda, thank you very much. She thought, ex-boyfriend, she could trust him, they had a baby together. Well, he killed her and murdered her, supposedly. And I gotta say allegedly, because they haven't completely prosecuted him and put him away yet, right? But he is in jail. And the 4-year-old daughter they're working now to get her back to Cassie's family, the Carley's family in Florida. And it's a horrible thing, a very horrible thing that happened to this mother. She won't ever get to raise her daughter, her daughter, they won't be able to pick out the wedding dress together. They won't, she won't get to see her daughter walk down that aisle or go through cheerleading at school or, first boyfriend. No more movies at night, reading books, singing to her, talking with her, watching her play at the park. All these beautiful things, right? And but then again, Summer won't ever get to Summer won't ever get to be know what it's like to be that cheerleader, or the first boyfriend, or to go down the aisle in her wedding dress, or have a family and so forth. These people, so much is stole away from them by evilness, just pure evilness, by people that, only feel for some of them may not even feel for themselves, but most do. Most feel for themselves, but they can't feel for anyone else. They don't give a frick about anybody else, right? And by the time they understand what they should have did and how they should have been, they're like Cassie Carley's ex-old man, right? In prison. Yeah, he'll have plenty of time to think about that unless they give him the needle, and they're looking at giving him the needle. So there you go. And like the Wells, I am sure that, in my opinion, I'm pretty sure that they're going to have they're going to be prosecuted. Absolutely. There will be a prosecution. I mean, I know a lot of people, some are running off or run their way. Don and Candace Wells was too diligent on the no, she didn't. And that's how law enforcement knows that she didn't. Their own diligence is what let law enforcement know that didn't happen. But they still had to go over all that land and everything just to make sure. They still had to do what they did to make 100% sure. And I'm pretty sure they know now that she didn't. Absolutely not. But, and I wouldn't doubt it if, I'm not going to doubt that they won't stumble over where Summer is very soon. I'm not doubting that either. They might have a really good idea where she is or possibly could be, and they may find her. Absolutely. No doubt. Oh, Susan, thank you. Thank you very much. $4.99 super sticker. Thank you. I so appreciate that. Absolutely, White Window Baby. No summer, no peace. That is our motto. Absolutely. No summer, no peace. And Candace and Donald Wells has showed too much guilt, in my opinion. They showed too much of their involvement, too much of what really happened, just by their own actions. You pretty much know the story. You don't have to, you really don't have to go look anywhere else. I mean, they've really told it, they have definitely told it in many different ways. And that's what law enforcement looks for. That's what they look for and wait on. And they've gotten so much off the table. And I think that wandering off is pretty much off the table as well. So I think the next steps is, more than likely, whether any of them talk or not, there's going to be a prosecution. They're just giving Grandis and Donald time to, either step forth and get immunity, or get prosecuted. That's pretty much it. They're actually trying to give them a way out while they're putting everything together. And I mean, they've got everything. They're just, I mean, here's what I think. In my opinion, they have a prosecution without the body or a weapon. But I think they really would like to give them an opportunity, to bring Summer home. Law enforcement would like to know where she's at. And they'd like to, put a lot of people's minds at rest by finding her and bringing her back. Absolutely. But that is not going to, stop the prosecution, in my opinion. Absolutely not. They'll prosecute anyway, regardless. So that's what I'm trying to say. That's just how law works. And I so appreciate all the hearts and the support for Summer in the chat tonight. God bless you guys. Absolutely, God bless you for showing so much support for her. I so appreciate it. I'm kind of down in the dumps tonight due to the fact that, I didn't like hearing. I mean, I'm grateful for the update, but I didn't like hearing what the update was, I don't want to hear it no more than anybody else does, that Summer may not be with us. I mean, even though, like I said, when law enforcement says it's going to hit us a lot harder, no matter how much we prepare for it, right? When they say it, it's still going to get us. And as we see, it did. There you go. It got us. And that's what I'm talking about. And I think that's why God has been holding off, because this is going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot. It's going to crush a lot of people. And I think law enforcement is just they're trying to come out now and get people prepared. That's what they're doing. They're trying to get you prepared. So I say get prepared, be prepared for the worst. Be prepared. The way that detective was talking, I can see he's prepared for it. And it's crushing him as well. Yes. So anyway, yeah, PG's going to I don't think Allie's going to make it back tonight. I will get with her and see if maybe she'll come back tomorrow night and hang out with us and give us a little bit more information about what was going on with the neighbors, and more so, just to give us, I'm sure she knows a lot of support for Summer. I'm sure Allie remembers, Summer laughing and smiling and maybe tell us about when she was at the birthday party and if she was having fun or not. Maybe she can tell us about some of the times at the swimming hole and some of the things that made Summer laugh. If she liked jokes, if she didn't, I would really like to hear her intake more about who Summer really was and so forth and so on. So it's just not all about Q&As or anything like that. I really would like to hear more about Summer from someone that absolutely knew her and could tell us a lot about Summer. That would be wonderful. Tomorrow night I am going to do a all about Summer live here. I hope Allie does join us to support Summer tomorrow night because I am going to show a lot of pictures and everything. We're going to go through, few things like Wisconsin Mama said. We were supposed to do it yesterday, but as I said, PG had a lot going on yesterday, and with the news that just came out and putting all Summer's stuff together, like I said, I couldn't make it in last night. I couldn't. I was having full meltdown. Absolutely. It's going to be all about Summer. Absolutely. And so yeah, definitely we will definitely, I'm not going to really talk about Donald and Candace tomorrow night at all. I could give a damn less about them. Tomorrow, Summer's time, Summer's night. And like I said, I hope Allie comes up and helps support her and gives us, some intake on some things about her because she knew her personally. And I do have some questions, about Summer and things like that and so forth. So, all right, I'm going to let everybody get to bed. We have been in here for a little while, right? So what is Rhonda saying? Well, Rhonda, look, those neighbors came out and they tried to jump on Allie and her family's credibility, and I hear so many people hollering that acting like Allie and her family, you know, are some kind of suspects or something, which, you know, the second, and you heard the detective just say, no signs of an abduction or, you know, trafficking or anything else off that hill. So that means that, you know, they're not suspects, right, anymore. And, you know, but people continue to try to mud up their name and you know, disrespect them and everything. And those neighbors had a right to come out. I mean, I don't know if you were over there watching it, Rhonda, or not. Maybe you were. But, you know, a lot of people were, right? Maybe even you. Maybe even you. I'd probably say you was. And because you know, you got to need to know as well as everybody else, right? Everybody's got to need to know everything's going on in this case, right? I know I do. I ain't afraid to admit it. Hell yeah, I do. I have a need to know it all. But you know, you ran over there and listened to all that shit. Well, I need to know Allie's side of this now. And I think she's got every right to put out her side, right? I don't think it's right that we just get one side of it and then run away, right? Now you know, and people that dislike Allie or have a problem with Allie and her family, you know, they're going to think like you know, because you just want to run off with what you want to believe, and that's how it is. Well, that ain't the way it is. You know, that ain't the way it is. The way it is, you know, especially over here in America, because this is the USA. Over here, you know, we respect freedom, right? Absolutely. And I'm trying to be really nice tonight. I really am. And I'm just trying to say that, you know, we are America here. We believe in, you know, the right to freedom, freedom of speech, bear arms. We're all for one, you know, for what those people died for. We respect the hell out of it, right? And Allie has every right to tell her side of what, you know, went on. I mean, that lady made it like Allie was harvesting her daughter in her house for 12 hours and wasn't letting her come out just to be a bitch. No, that wasn't what happened at all, and we found that out tonight. I like to know the truth, you know, because I refuse to run off and just believe a lie and be damned. There's two sides to everything. Actually, three, you know. There's their side, your side, and then the truth, right? Or at least that's what I've always learned. And what I'm trying to say is I'd like to hear both sides because that's what gets to the truth, right? That's what gets to the truth. And as we found out tonight, it wasn't the way the lady went or said it went at all. Absolutely not. Her daughter was out of control. Why, we don't know, other than the stepdad, I guess. Well, tonight we learned it was a bad stepdad. She didn't want to go back in the house with him. And mom obviously, you know, had to get rid of the stepdad. So whatever the child was going through must have been bad enough that the court system or whoever said either he goes or your daughter stays. You know, she couldn't get her daughter back until he left, right? Because she's living alone in the house next door. That's what I gathered out of it. So now we know, you know, that mom had a no good man over there abusing her daughter. And her daughter seeked refuge in Allie's house because she couldn't find, you know, anywhere else. Right? There you go. And I would like to know the rest of the truth. You know? So I don't know. Like I said, I am being nice. Allie did do a lot for Summer. I mean, she did a lot for those kids. You know, she had them at her house all the time. She watched Summer a lot. She cared about those kids. And, you know, Allie had a family of her own to take care of as well. But she was trying to do what she could for someone else's family also, and I respect that. And she also called CPS on numerous occasions to try to get those children help, and it was CPS failing them kids, not, she wasn't like Jody Sue. She wasn't like Jody Sue and just walked off and said to hell with it, right? She made the phone calls that needed to be made, and she had children's services up there, all over Candace and Donald's asses, and child services failed to do their job, not Allie. And so, that's what I'm talking about. And yes, we are about summer. Rhonda, absolutely, we are about summer, 100%. And Allie is a lady that knew summer. Allie could tell us a lot about summer, and Allie could help us support summer. Allie does support summer. Allie was supporting summer before we was. If you really want to look at it, the truth, she was supporting summer before we was, because she was there feeding her. She was there watching over her as much as she could, and she was there calling CPS to try to get them children help. Not just summer, all of them children, right? So why are we mad at Allie? Why are we trying to be mean to Allie? I don't understand that. I mean, if I'm wrong, let somebody, let me stand corrected. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, if I'm wrong, put ones in the chat. Put some ones in the chat there. Let me know I'm wrong. What is the truth about Allie? What is the truth about Allie? I don't, I don't understand. Okay, Truth Hurts puts a 1 in there, and Autumn Love puts a 1 in there. Now, explain to me where I'm wrong. You took the time to put the ones. Now take the time to say, PG, tell me where I'm wrong. Explain to me, where am I wrong? CPS did drop the ball. CPS absolutely dropped the ball. Allie didn't drop the ball. CPS did. Allie has her children. And I tell you, when kids become teenagers and they get out there, I mean, running around, and, they get with their friends, their little friends, I could sit there and say, oh, it's my parents' fault that PG did this and PG did. No, it wasn't my parents' fault. When I was a teenager, the things that PG did was on PG. I was making my own decisions. It wasn't my parents' fault. It's my fault. And you have to take self-blame. I mean, you can't go locking up somebody's parents for what teenagers do, because PG got with some pretty bad teenagers. I guess with some pretty bad friends. And when you get with friends like that, they put you in situations. I mean, it's like, oh, come on, let's go here or there, and you think you're going to, you're going to somebody's house, maybe hang out for a little while, and you get there, there's a big fight. Well, now you got to do what you got to do. You didn't expect your friend to lead you into something like that, but hey, it happened, right? I mean, shit happens. And you going to blame my parents for that? No. It wasn't my parents didn't go with that friend. My parents didn't trust that friend. I did. When I got there, I chose not to run off. I chose to hang there and do, do whatever was being done, right? Not going to blame my parents. Are we going to blame Allie for, for her kids' decisions in life that, didn't pan out too good? I mean, I looked in the background and I seen True in the house. Her daughter gave her a little bit of trouble when she was a younger teen, but True's settled down and she's in the house now. She has her other daughters in the house. We've seen them, right, on the live. Absolutely. And, Hunter, he's still, at that age where he, obviously associated with some of the wrong people, and he got himself in a little bit of a trouble there. And I mean, we're going to blame Allie for that? No. Allie has to go to work. She has to run a household. You can't watch your children 24/7. That's what I'm trying to say. And everybody's kids get in trouble. And so I don't know what truth I'm not facing on Allie's situation. I mean, I know she went up there and she liked Jose. And you know what? She thought Candace was a good friend. And Candace had a husband. And she thought that, her and Jose was going to be a thing. And Candace stepped in on it. And I'm sure that was very shocking to Allie when Candace did that. Because that wasn't what Allie was expecting at all, right? And Allie didn't fight Candace or anything. She just went out. She got in her vehicle. She left. And, she had to go back and get her kids. But, her and Candace's fight over Jose, I mean, her and Grandis was still friends. She knew Grandis would, watch over her kids and let nothing happen to them. I mean, her and Grandis and Candace and them, they was almost like family there for a while, right? And, I mean, I wouldn't have left my kids there, but Allie had to get to work and, she had to keep food coming on the table and she was in a pinch and Candace didn't hurt none of her kids. They did return her kids home, or to them at the end of the day. Yeah, they had to get the police up there to get it done. But bottom line is, none of the kids were hurt in the process of nothing, right? Truth hurts. Where did the story change? Because I've heard Allie from day one say she went out to that vehicle. From day one, I've heard her say that. Until the neighbor girl started spreading the rumor that Allie didn't go to the truck. I've always heard Allie say, yes, she did go to the truck. I've always heard her say that. And really, that's about the only thing that I've ever heard Allie questioned upon or that's the only thing I really ever heard her questioned upon. And I haven't heard that change except through other people spreading it. Absolutely, parents are responsible for their children. But no, when it comes to teenagers, the parents ain't responsible for a teenager's negligence. Absolutely not. And if you sit there and act, if you let your children believe that you are responsible for their negligence, then you'll always be responsible, right? When they're 50, you'll be responsible because you didn't teach them how to take self-blame. Children are, even children, and the Bible says this, that children, whether their works be good or bad, they will be held accountable. And you don't believe me, go look it up. So even God knows that, don't blame the parents. Children know right from wrong. After a certain age, they know, especially in the teen years, you know right from wrong. When your parents tell you to come straight home after school and you go somewhere else, you knew you did wrong. And, if your parents have to work and keep a roof over the head, clothes on your back, food in your mouth, they can't leave work and be standing outside the school every day or they lose their job. No job's going to let you bring your child there and sit it in a chair and just stare at it. If you have to do that, then you need to leave. Take your child home and you don't have a job any longer. I'm not going to be here much longer. To be honest with you, I was trying to actually get out of here, but if you want to come up on panel, there's the link. I'd be more than glad if you want to come up on panel. Absolutely. I have watched Chris McDonough. Absolutely. I have watched Chris. Everything Chris has put out, PG has watched it. A whole lot that I didn't, a whole lot that I did want to see, a whole lot I didn't want to see, but I've watched it, right? I just want to know why everybody dislikes, what the problem is with Allie. I find no problem there. Is there a reason that people want to shut Allie down? Is there some reason? He did not say that Summer got out of the vehicle. He said he didn't know what was going on. Rhonda, I have to see you. If you want to come up on panel, I have to see you. Open cam. There's a mute and there's a start cam. You have to start cam so I can see you. Okay. I'll bring you up, hon. I only can see your forehead. Okay, sweetie. You're more than welcome. If you want to shut the cam back, you can. I'm bringing you both up on panel.
Okay. Who am I up here with? Christy M?
Rhonda?
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Lord. Uh-oh. Oh, how did I get it? Oh, Lord. Okay.
Okay, though I don't have no personal issues with Allie, but she has lied many a time. Okay, I'm hearing my echoes myself. I gotta figure something out.
And what has she lied about?
Well, she sat right there on that porch and said she went to the truck and asked Candace if she could talk to someone, but she never went up to that truck and then tried to say there, well, maybe she should have been dead then. Tried to play it along like she's seen the child. That right there just pissed me off.
No, she said that she did go to the truck. That she wanted to hug Summer, and Candace said, no, 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 she's asleep. Now, when H got home, H was intoxicated.
But she didn't go. She did not go to the truck.
Now, I believe she did. I ain't never heard her say she didn't.
She didn't go to the truck.
How do you know that? Was you there?
Because she come back and admitted it. She come back and admitted it.
And can you tell me where she came back and admitted it at? I'm bringing you up.
I'm sorry. Hey,
It's okay, sweetie.
I'm new to this, and I kicked my own self off a second ago.
Yeah, I took note of that.
Yeah, I hit a button I shouldn't have.
Absolutely.
Learn not to do that.
So can you tell me, Rhonda, where Allie said that? Hello?
Hello? I'm still here. I'm listening to you
I
talk to her.
cannot recall which
I've watched Allie. I have watched Allie in every.
on.
I watched
I've
Allie
seen
on
so
Mask.
many.
I have watched Allie on Chris
Allie
Mims. I
said
have watched
she
Allie
hit
on her
herself
husband's
in the
life,
butt because she did
and I have
not
had her
go
up
to
here.
that truck.
Every time I've ever heard her talking on anyone's panel, at any time, she always said, "I went to the truck." I have not ever heard in any place she said that she didn't go to the truck. And I did hear the rumor she didn't going around, but and I do know that when Hunter was talking with Chris M, Hunter was so messed up that day. Hunter didn't know how the milks got where they were, and I'm pretty sure when he got them handed to him, he set them over there on the other side of Summer because Summer was awake at that time, and he didn't want to hold them like no teen boy wants to hold milk. I mean, we've all been in the backseat when people hand us stuff, and we immediately
Okay,
find a
no,
place
no.
to set it right.
One twisted tea is not going to make a 15-year-old so drunk they don't know what they're doing.
Well, I'm not saying that he was so drunk. You know, he could have been a little
So
high. He could have been a little high
it's
as
all
well,
going to
right?
come out, but I'll find out which podcast.
If you when you find out where she said that at, please let me know. I would
I'll
appreciate
find
it.
out which podcast I seen that on, and I will because I seen it.
Well,
Can
I would
I
appreciate
interrupt
you letting
here?
me know that.
But it says on the thing, it says something about Allie lied for Hunter.
Yeah, it was probably on one of those other creators that do everything for clicks, likes, and views, and the big dollar, right? They needed content, so they probably put it on there.
No, I don't. I only watch 4 different creators.
Well, I know on
No,
Chris M's it
I
wasn't
only
said
watch
because I
4
watched
different
Chris
creators.
and I watched on Mask, and she said it there that she did go to the truck, and on Chris M, she diligently said she went to that truck.
Can I interrupt here just a
Yes,
second?
go right ahead,
I
sweetheart.
tell you what I think she's talking about. I heard in the beginning of the case where Allie said that she went to the truck or went around to the truck, but that Candace would not let her like visually see Summer because she was asleep
Absolutely.
or whatever.
Right.
So maybe that's
Allie,
where, yeah,
she told
maybe that's
Allie
where she's getting
that
confused.
she had milk and groceries.
Yeah,
she
or
had to get
something.
home,
And
that yes.
But
And
Allie, from what I understood, Allie never actually laid eyes on Summer that day because Candace kind of stood in the way, maybe, or something, at
absolutely.
the truck, something like that.
And
So
Allie
that's
Allie
what.
said she never went to the truck. She told
Well, I don't know that she said that, but I know
it
that
was
she
in
said
2
she never
different
laid eyes on her.
podcasts.
I have not ever.
First, she said she went to the truck. Both podcasts, she was sitting on her porch. Both podcasts, she was
That would
sitting
have
on
been
the
the
porch.
Chris McDonald one then.
Yeah.
If that's the
And
broadcast,
she
that would have
said
been on
she
the
beat
porch.
herself up because she did not go to that truck.
No, now I'm gonna tell you
I don't
something.
remember hearing
That
that.
came out of the neighbor's mouth, and they was the ones on the porch the other night doing an interview, not
Not
Allie or
Allie
her
and them.
family. Allie has always
No,
diligently
I
said she
seen
went to
that
that truck.
yesterday. No, PG, no.
I also have another question here.
I
This is
seen
Well,
the
that
third.
yesterday about the neighbors. This
well,
has nothing to do with the neighbors.
if you
I don't
if
care
you
about them neighbors. It's irrelevant to this case.
well,
No, I think it's very relevant.
yeah,
Anybody that's seen anything or seen them or seen anything that happened
I
that day
think
is very
now I'm going to
relevant.
tell you, I think that the neighbors are very relevant as
Yeah,
well. And I'm
I
going to tell
think
you why.
everybody needs to be
Let me
talked
tell
They
you.
to.
those
Let me,
neighbors wasn't even over there.
no, but I'm
Yeah,
going to tell you
but
what the neighbors did do.
they may have seen something look funny the day before or the day after or something like that, though.
No,
And
I'm going to tell you what the neighbors did do. The neighbors did seem to keep an eye on other people's children. I did take note that they did talk about Summer playing across the street and the other children. I did take note that the day they had the birthday party at Allie's house, the neighbors seemed to be nosying up and noticing everything going on. I did take note that there was a man in the other woman's house that her own daughter did not want to be around, and he was in that house at the time Summer came up missing as well. I think that, and they have made it a point to come out here now and put their nose into this as well, right? I think that maybe, they need to be looked upon
yeah.
because,
What?
they were taking too much note of um people's children around there.
Well, I have been over this. I have went back and forth. Me and my daughter. Okay, I live in Alabama, and the reason I got hooked on this case, I went to Kentucky when the day they put out the Amber Alert for Summer, and I was coming back through
You got that
Rogersville, and so
accent.
that when the Amber Alert went out, so that's why I got hooked into this case, and. My thought is, I went back and forth. Did Candace do it? Did Don do it? Did Candace do it? Did Don do it? Or did she get abducted? Or this, that, and that? And I'm gonna tell you something. When I think Candace left the hillside twice.
Yes, she did.
And I think we don't need to look at Allie and all the neighbors and all these people of Fred Hill and all these people around. We need to look right there on the hillside because your answer is right there in those three people.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry. I have looked at it. And if nothing else, it's neglect. You do not lose a 5-year-old and not go to jail for something.
I agree.
If I lost
agree.
my 2-year-old granddaughter that I had, I guarantee you the sheriff would be up here in the morning to arrest my ass. Excuse my language. I'm sorry. They wouldn't let me out. So I'm sorry. It's neglect, if nothing else. And I don't
Absolutely.
understand why they're still walking around. Well, one's
Yeah.
not, but I don't understand why the other one's still walking around. Because to me, she holds the answer right there. Because I have went back and forth.
I personally believe that
She does.
I personally believe that Candace, Grandis, and Donald absolutely know what happened.
Yeah, they
to
know
Summer.
what happened to that young
And whatever happened to her.
Yeah,
they have covered it up.
Yes,
I truly
they have.
100% believe that. Yes, I do.
I have a search and rescue dog, and I have wanted so bad to come there and search. I have wanted so bad to do it. Just to come search, do a cold search by myself, but I know nobody let me on the land.
But if these neighbors want to insert themselves into this case, and they did indeed,
No, they won't.
keeping an eye on other
I believe
children
like
the
that
way they
detective.
And did have a SAer in the house that their own daughter was running from. I think that's a red flag,
well,
right?
look how
So wait a minute,
and Betty and all them went there and caused that scene. They're the one that turned it.
Okay,
I'm lost. Who is the SA that lived in the house? And whose house?
One of the neighbor ladies that was come out on Allie had a man living in her house, a boyfriend or something. Her stepdad to the daughter that ran over to Allie's house, saying she did not want to be around this man in her mother's home. Allegedly, why does girls run off like that with a man like that? Usually it's an SA issue, right?
Yeah.
So
Okay. I missed that part. So I
and the
just didn't
man is
understand that.
gone. Obviously, it was something not good
Allie
at
don't
all.
care nothing about anything but a man too.
Well, okay, I have another question. Hunter went with Candace that day to the swimming hole, whatever, yada, yada, yada. She drops him off. All I keep hearing is that Hunter was so upset and he was never the same again. Why? What happened that made that child not the same again or so upset now
He was
that
because he seen something.
that's what I think.
I
Amen. There you go. I'm
now
glad
I don't.
somebody else said that because that just
I
don't
I
make
think
sense.
Hunter went back to the home. I think Hunter went back to that home. It was told he went there twice that day, and I think he seen what Candace
Now
did to that little girl.
I don't.
I'm going to be honest with
I don't
you.
know if she had time to take him back to her house and then take him back to his house and get back. And I don't know. You know
Now,
what I'm saying?
see, that's
That
where another
timeline would get.
that's where
Yeah.
that is where another this is where another miscommunication is coming into play.
Okay. Yeah.
When Allie said that Hunter came home and wasn't acting right, she meant that he was intoxicated.
Oh, okay. Okay.
He did
Okay.
not
Good
mean that
deal.
he wasn't acting
You're
right,
right,
as
because
in
like he
something happened
seen
this
something.
summer. He
Oh,
was
okay.
acting wrong because he
Because
was
he had drank that
intoxicated.
twisted
Now, most
tea.
people, yeah, and that's what
Okay.
I
I
say.
got you.
People need to hear,
The
Yeah.
what's being said
great-grandmother
instead of
said
what
he
they want
hasn't
heard.
been. The great-grandmother said he has not been the same since that day. The great-grandmother said he hasn't been the same
She
since
did.
that
She
day.
did say
Well,
that day
well,
with that interview with
listen,
JLR.
listen. You would not be the same as you would not be the same as that day as well.
I guess
Yes,
if
If
you went
yes.
swimming and then somebody
if you
come up
went
missing,
swimming with someone
and
a
then they come
friend,
up missing.
and
Yeah,
then
I guess so.
and it's not that. It's not that. It's that you wouldn't be the same if you were the one to get. See, Candace didn't call Allie because Allie's phone was not it was charging in the vehicle in her car or her girlfriend's car.
Mhm.
So, Allie was out on a ball field. Candace couldn't get a hold of Allie, so she calls Hunter. And
Gotcha.
she gives
Well,
Hunter the bad
Hunter
news.
said he called Allie.
And Hunter did call Allie's
Well,
friend
then, called
and talk
Allie's
to his
friend.
mother.
Okay, I
But the
got you.
point being is,
So
what you
how
don't
was Allie's
understand is,
phone in the car?
what you don't
Well, she
understand
got the
is,
friend's phone.
this is a lot for, this is a lot for a
Yeah,
young
for
boy
him to take on. Yeah, I
to
get what you're
take on.
saying.
I
I get
mean,
what they're saying now.
when you call an adult and tell an adult something like that, it's one
One
thing.
thing, but you would
But
call a
when you
child,
call
that's
a
a different.
child and then this child has to relay it, and the child's worried that it's probably not even that they're going to find her, and he's got hope, and then
But
that hope
Hunter
is crushed,
said that this was
and then
not
you don't
something
understand.
unusual for Candace to do. Hunter is a more advanced teen than everybody's putting on.
Might
You
be
know,
true. I don't know. I just
yeah,
don't think she would have enough time in the timeline to take
I think
him.
if Hunter, here's the thing,
I don't think he
is
was involved.
I do not think Hunter was involved in
I
any way,
don't
form, or
either.
no. Absolutely not.
I don't either.
I don't.
I
I
don't.
think Hunter seen something. I'm sorry.
Well,
That's my opinion.
I think
Well,
Hunter. I think Hunter may know a lot. I think
and-
Hunter knows way too much for what he
and you
should
are
know at his
entitled-
age.
You
He
are
was at the
entitled
park
to your
talking to someone
opinion.
on the
Absolutely.
phone.
A lot of
But they're
people,
not giving Hunter's phone back because they have confiscated it to go over. His is the only phone that has not got given back. So there's evidence
Absolutely.
on it.
Absolutely. And I think that
Why
evidence,
have they not given that phone back? I wonder.
I think that
It's full of
evidence is
evidence.
on Candace. It's not on Hunter.
It's not on Hunter.
Candace.
It's on Candace. Yeah, that's right.
Absolutely.
It's
yeah.
not because
He
it would
has
have a
seen-
little bit of stuff on it would have a little bit of stuff on Hunter because he's a 15-year-old teenager and he would leave stuff in his phone. But the main interest is going to be what Candace has put on there.
Okay,
Absolutely.
but
You're
how
right.
did he know Candace did something if he didn't see it? You don't think Candace picked up the phone and said, "Hey, I just killed my daughter," do you?
I don't. In a
Maybe,
roundabout way, she may have said something. Who knows?
maybe, yeah.
We don't know what she told Hunter. And not only that, but like Hunter said, he picked up her phone and he seen, where Andy had told her it's done. So, and Jody Sue came out and said what? Jody Sue came out and said Andy told his 2 children, his daughter and son, that he was the last one to see Summer, right?
I've not heard that. I've not got any of that
Yeah,
Andy
I
stuff.
heard that.
Well, I played it right here on this live.
I've heard that. Yeah, I heard something
Absolutely.
about that. Yeah, I've heard that. I don't know. I don't know how Andy plays into the story. I don't know if Andy helped Don and Candace and Oh, I shouldn't call her that because she don't like that. But Grandma, whatever I should call her, I don't know. Y'all
Call
know
her
who
any
I'm talking
damn
about.
thing you want. Nobody here
Okay,
cares.
well, I'm just calling her Grandad. I'm just calling her. I'm not being disrespectful because I don't be disrespectful to anybody, but
Yeah.
that's just what everybody calls her. So anyway, so I don't know how Andy plays into that, and I sure don't want to incriminate him because I totally think that Don, Candace, and Grandis are all wrapped up in this. So I don't want to
Absolutely.
add nobody to it.
And
But
I will be I will be disrespectful. Don, Candace, and Grandis are all 3 pieces of shit
yeah,
that they have threw a lot of innocent people under a bus
yeah,
and
they
let them
have.
get run over many, many times. And when this is all said and done, and in my opinion, I think they're getting prosecuted. I think it's going to be, an open and
I
shut
hope
case.
so. I've
They're
Well,
gonna
watched
I've
this
they're
case
gonna
already
so
get
many
what's
heard
coming
hours.
to them.
that a charge
And
is being taken
the
out on
thing is
Candace for
then
sexually assaulting Hunter.
and then this
I've
young
already heard
boy,
that.
But
this
Allie's got to sign that. No, she don't. The state could take that, and the state could
Yes,
prosecute that.
the
Maybe
grand
that might
jury,
happen.
the
Yeah, the
grand
grand
jury
jury
meet.
could do that. Yeah.
Okay, the
and
grand jury meets
Hunter
next
has
week,
and Hunter has said
and
Good
when the
deal.
grand jury meets next week, all these
Then the
charges
charges
come
may
out
come out.
because
Well, all we can do is pray.
CPS had already turned all of their stuff over to the law enforcement. They had to send it off to get true indictments. True grand jury does not meet for 4 months. They only meet every 4 months.
and I didn't see no indictments for Hunter. So
No,
why
there
are
won't
we
be indictments for Hunter.
why are we prosecuting this young boy that
Oh,
has
I
a
don't
whole
think
life?
we
What?
need to.
No,
He
Hunter
has a whole
doesn't
life
need to
but
be
I do
prosecuted of
think,
anything.
but I
Hunter
do
needs
think,
therapy.
yes,
Therapy.
I do
Hunter
think
does not
that
need the judicial system. He needs therapy. I'm sorry.
I think that Hunter is a victim in all of this. If you ask me,
Exactly. That's what I just said. That's what I was saying, Prayer Garden. He's
Hunter
like,
had already gotten
Hunter
into
doesn't need a
trouble with
jail
the
cell.
law before all this happened.
Well,
He
I
was already
understand
on
that.
probation.
He was in trouble with the law because if you look, I mean, look, I'm not going to throw
Okay,
insults
no,
out there, but you look
but
at him, you can
I
tell
think,
he's a redneck little country kid, just
yeah,
like my
that's
kids
because
were, and he
Allie
gets in
neglected
trouble,
him too.
yes, they
Allie
did.
neglected him too. They've
right?
all lived
And
a
she
life
let
of
him run.
drugs.
She let him run and do with his friends because it's
Yes,
easier to let them run and do with their friends than have them stand there and bitch and whine at you for 10 hours.
yeah.
So
That's why I
yes, you
say
let them go, and then
Allie
they
did
go with
Well,
their
not
that
do
friends.
all that she
And
could do.
wait a minute.
no,
It's not neglect of the mother. It's not
no.
Allie being neglectful. It's not. It's Allie realizing that the boy has grown up. He wants to go out with his friends. You got to give him a little bit of leadway.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
usually they screw up. You got to give them the leadway, let them screw up, and
Right.
then, I mean, that you have to. But I
Yes.
don't think Allie was, I'm not going to dare say that Allie was neglecting her kids. I
No.
don't know. And Allie's kid's not missing. So I'm not dare going to say anything bad about Allie.
I am sure Allie has tried.
Because
to-
none of us perfect parents. I mean,
Oh, I
like,
know
let's
I'm
don't
not
pull all the
perfect.
skeletons out about us being perfect parents,
No,
because
Absolutely
none of
I'm
us
not.
are.
far from perfect. I'm far from
Yeah,
perfect.
so I'm
I
not
have
gonna
been it.
dare.
I've had
I'm
to
not
deal
gonna
with
dare.
yes.
Yeah, I'm not gonna dare sit there and sling mud on Allie because Allie's
No.
kid's not missing. So, and
I
another
just
thing,
feel that
Hunter,
Allie could have done more
yeah,
when she was
a
living
lot of
in that
people.
house.
Hey, a lot of people that was in that circle around Summer before the day that Summer come up missing should have done
Yes.
something to help Summer.
Yes.
All
Yes.
them adults in that circle should have done something to help that baby.
Well,
Because
Allie
they
should
all
have
know
called
what was going on.
CPS and said, "Hey,
no,
I'm
Allie
here."
did. Excuse you.
Sometimes you
Allie
don't
did
just call
CPS.
CPS.
Allie did.
Sometimes you can't just call CPS
On
because
Okay,
we
one
know
occasion.
CPS ain't worth a shit.
Okay,
Sorry,
can
but
I
they're
say
not.
this? Can I say
Yeah,
this right
go
quick
ahead.
without being
Yeah.
interrupted?
Go ahead.
I feel
Sorry.
Allie should have met with CPS and said, "Hey, I am staying there temporarily. You come this day. I'll be there. I'll open the door," because they knew when CPS was coming, so they avoided CPS.
Well, that's funny to me.
You are
That's funny to
absolute.
me because no, you don't know when CPS is coming.
No, because they don't
CPS
never
just
tell
shows that
you.
ass up.
Yeah, they just show up. They
They
don't
do
ever
not.
tell
They do
you.
not call you and let you know they're coming. They
Yeah.
don't send you a fucking letter. They
Letter.
just show up.
I
So
live in
that's their
Alabama.
bullshit.
I live in Alabama, and we're just right here below Tennessee. And I'm gonna tell you what, they don't call your ass, and they're
Hell
not gonna
no.
wait on you to give them a date of when you can
No.
show
Okay.
up. They just gonna show.
Absolutely not.
But I will say this: we all know that CPS is not worth a shit. We all know that CPS has let cases fall through the cracks. Look how many kids are missing right now that's been
Absolutely.
missing for 2 years, and all of a sudden they come up missing. What the hell? Like,
Absolutely.
so we all know CPS lets kids fall through the cracks. So there was a lot of adults in Summer's circle that knew what was happening to her and failed her.
Absolutely.
So I'm not going to sit here and
I
sling
agree.
mud on Allie because Allie's young and ain't missing.
Absolutely.
So, but there
And
was
Allie's
a lot of
also,
adults that
Allie's
messed up for Summer.
Allie's sons,
They're just typical little redneck boys. And
as
I'm not being disrespectful or ugly when I
absolutely
say
not.
that. I'm not, because look, I'm a
No.
redneck too. I was raised
Amen.
in the country, so I'm not being
Amen.
ugly at all when I say that, But
Hey, call me a redneck, and that's just a compliment
yeah, I
to
mean, but
me.
that's what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
That's all he is, and you have to let them go and be with their friends. And yeah, he screwed up, but Hunter doesn't need a jail cell. Hunter needs therapy. I'm sorry.
You're absolutely right.
Mhm.
He does
He
need
does. He
he
needs
does
therapy, and he needs a mentor. He needs
well,
somebody that can give him good guidance and teach him how. He needs a life coach
right,
that will teach him how to get his life in order and
right,
get his goal, how to make goals and how to achieve them. And that's
right.
what he needs. And he don't need a jail cell. Hunter's not a
No.
bad kid.
No, he's not.
He's
He
not a
absolutely
bad
I
kid
don't
at
believe
all.
that
He
either. I
just got
believe
screwed up in a bunch of crap.
absolutely.
Is all
And
it is.
and Allie is a mom like a lot of moms. She loves
Mhm.
her children. She,
But she
she
gets
wants
busy,
she gets
with
busy,
life.
you give them enough rope and your children hang themselves.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And like Allie said, if you do the crime, you pay the time.
That's
So
right.
let her children know that I am not going to aid and abet you in any badness. If you do it, you pay for it. And that's what she's allowing Hunter to do right now.
And that's the best thing you can
And
do.
that's about all a real good parent can do, right?
Right. And you hate to see them go to jail because you
Right.
do not want that to be on their record forever, because anybody that has ever been with anybody that's a felon, for them to get a job, housing, anything, it's just awful. So you don't want that to be on his record.
You go in there
But
and
you got to
go in there
let
and
him learn from what he's done.
you go in there and you hope that they get scared straight.
Right.
You hope they go in there and get scared straight and come back out and
Yeah.
change their lives around.
Yeah.
You hope that they want an education then. You hope they want to become something
Right.
in their life at that point. And if you're lucky, they will.
Yeah.
But absolutely.
But I also think that once he comes out of juvie or wherever he is, that at that point he doesn't need to have the correctional system anymore, or the judicial system. He needs to have therapy. He needs to have somebody.
Are you back with us, Rhonda?
Yeah, I fell on my head, I think.
He needs to have somebody that can talk to him, a mentor that can help him and lead him and show him what being a young man and being what a good man is, because that's the problem.
I fell on my
Hunter
head.
doesn't have a good man to follow.
And they used to have a lot of mentors and stuff
Yeah,
for
and
young,
and teach these kids
like Big
how,
Brothers,
Big Brothers or something like that. Teach
right?
these kids how to do
Well,
something
look at his
other than sit on
dad.
their
His dad
asses and
is a
play video
criminal.
games and get in trouble.
Absolutely.
I mean, give these kids a purpose. Kids love, I'm going to tell you what, I love being with teenagers, because if you give a teenager a responsibility and a job and they think they are helping you, or they think you are making them, or you're proud of them, they will work their ass
Hunter
off for you.
reminds
Yes,
me
they
a
will.
lot of
They
my
will
husband when he was
make
at
damn
that
sure
age.
they can do whatever they need to do to help. Sorry, y'all, I'm trying to pour me a drink here. I'm
Absolutely.
moving my camera around, but
Pour
they will
one for
do.
me if it's whiskey.
No, it's just Coke. But they will do whatever they can possibly do if they know they're making you proud. I have seen so many
Absolutely.
teenagers turn around, and that's what Hunter needs. He's not a bad kid. He just
All
got in a
this
really
talk is
screwed up
fitting together.
situation.
I cannot understand what neither one of you are saying.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wonder why. Oh, I put you. Can you now? Can you?
Our bucket has holes. Thank you for the super sticker. God bless you.
Can you hear me now?
Everybody's talking over everybody.
Oh, sorry. We're big mouths.
Yeah.
I've never been up on a panel, so I'm just happy to be here.
I heard that.
I was like, oh, I got to get on this panel. I've been watching this case since it started, but
You go, girl.
this is truly sad. I believe, like that detective said, I believe summer is very close by.
How do I stop the echo?
Oh, don't ask me. I'm new at this.
How do you what?
How do I stop all this echoing on my end?
You can't stop if you when you came through StreamYard, if you X'd off of YouTube when you came through StreamYard and only StreamYard up, then you're as good as you're going to get. And you obviously
try turning your volume down just a little bit. I did mine. Oh,
I keep hearing the same sentence 5 or 6 times.
Did you click out of YouTube? You just leave StreamYard up. That's it.
Now, I don't know. All I can do is see me and y'all's 2 little dots. But like down at the bottom,
I don't know if I'm
see
at
the
a
chat.
YouTube or not. Let me see.
But I don't know how to get to chat, and I'm afraid I'll cut myself off again.
The only tab you should have up is StreamYard. The rest of your tabs should be gone. Well, for the first time being up here, you really you did great.
Well, I really I have been trying to get my TikTok up to 1,000 people so I can have a live, because I really do. I would love to do it, and all. I would like to have a live and do, talks and stuff. But I haven't gotten enough people yet, and it's very depressing. So, but anyway, yeah, I love doing it. I love doing it. I've always said I wanted to host a talk show type thing and all. I just don't have enough. She kicked herself out again.
Yeah, that's what she did.
Yeah, she might be trying to kick out and come back in.
She kicked herself away from us.
Yeah. Well, she didn't want to be there. But no, I don't think Allie's, I don't think she's a bad person. I think she's just like a mother like the rest of us are. And sometimes we get busy in life, and, there's nothing worse in the world than standing over the sink, washing a sink load of dishes, sweating death, and you got a teenager standing over you whining, wanting to go somewhere.
Well, my biggest thing from this was to protect Hunter.
Yeah.
He's
a victim in this too. He's a kid.
Absolutely.
He's a child.
I jumped Donald. I jumped Donald from the get about Hunter.
Yeah.
They
He's
knew
a
Hunter
kid.
had nothing to do with anything, and I asked him to come out and protect Hunter. but he needed Hunter to throw under the bus. He was scared, so he needed whatever he could get to keep the focus off of them. And if he needed Hunter to do that, then he was going to use Hunter to do that, and I knew it. But I tried so hard to protect Hunter, and I still try hard to protect Hunter, because I'm telling you, he's a young man, and he's got many years ahead of him, unlike a lot of people,
Yeah, and he don't need something like this pinned behind him or dragging behind him.
But it's going to haunt him no
him
matter
for the
what.
rest of
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's
because there's
to.
been so many people that seen it. It's been so much stuff on YouTube. His face has been plastered everywhere.
And it's because, it's because humans. You didn't click out. Are you okay? Did you click out of YouTube? Hello? Rhonda?
I didn't, but wait, look at the little pin.
Am I here now?
Yeah, you're here. But you need to click out of whatever. You've got a lot of noise in your background.
Oh, she left. Oh, there she
Figured out the other.
Did you get it
Okay, if you
together?
hear anything now, it's my rabbit drinking water.
Okay.
She's going to town on her water bottle. Can you hear?
Yeah.
She does. She goes to town on it. But she's beautiful. No, I think Hunter reminds me a lot of my husband at that age. He just did not have the guidance growing up because he come from divorced parents and his mom had him. And he got into a lot of trouble. He got sent to juvie and all that. It wasn't until we met that he started staying out of trouble. But
that's ultimately what's going to have to happen with Hunter. He's going to have to find somebody, or not a girl, but somebody to get him to turn his life around.
I don't think you clicked out of YouTube, hon.
I don't know. It was making me sound weird with her on there.
this is the only thing I have going on my phone right now is this.
I also have another question about the case.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's got me sounding all weird. Okay, I'll cut my volume down. If Donald was at work, and let's just say he was not involved, and that it was just Candace and Grandis.
He's accessory.
Well, yeah, I know that. But what I'm getting is, why does he so heartedly believe every word that Candace says? Like, okay, first off, look, if my husband was here with my kids, and one of them come up missing, I was in the same situation. And they're sitting there telling me, oh, I don't know what happened, The cops are sitting there going, well, they wasn't abducted, this kind of thing. Well, I'm going to look back at my spouse and go, wait a minute. What happened? And it's like Dawn has so heartedly believed everything she said and hasn't doubted her.
Because
So
he's
he has
afraid
to
to
be
go into
involved.
jail. Yeah, he put himself
I'm thinking,
involved.
so he's got to be involved, because why would he not question? I mean, after he's got to think, did Candace do something? If he truly was not involved, say he was at work and he was not involved, let's believe, he was doing his little job, whatever. At some
Rhonda,
point in this 10 months, wouldn't he have said?
Rhonda she isn't clicked out of. You got to take the tab down to YouTube, because everything's feeding back through you, hon. That means that YouTube is not taken down. The only tab you should have up at the top of your screen is StreamYard.
phone. I don't have no other screens up. I went and X'd out of everything.
Talk, Annaline.
Oh, Adrian. Am I better?
Adrian.
It's Adrian, not Adeline.
I'm sorry.
I didn't tell you. It's okay.
I'm sorry.
Everybody messes it up. See, I'm echoing through. Is it me?
Right, we're all echoing through Rhonda. We're echoing through Rhonda.
Oh, okay.
So she's got something up that ain't supposed to be up.
Like, don't tell me I got something up because I don't even know how I got here, baby. This is my first time. I'm lucky to come here. You sent me the link. I just followed it. I'm lucky to be here.
Yeah, I don't understand what's going on. You might have to go out, Rhonda, and come back in.
But you see what I'm saying about Dawn? Like, okay, all right, if he was truly at work, Prayer Garden, I mean, like, okay, he was at work that day. He totally had nothing to do with it. An accident happened between Candace and Summer. He had nothing to do with it. She does something, you know, whatever, takes care of it, whatever.
Right.
He comes home, yada, yada, please get there. And you know, this whole time, and the cops are saying, okay, we have no proof that she was abducted. We have no proof that we can help you with this.
Right.
We have no proof that she walked off. We have no proof that she hid in the wood. We have, at some point when the cops are telling you this, aren't you going to doubt your spouse a little bit? And he has wholeheartedly stood behind her. And the only way he could do that is, I think, is if he knew something. I mean, you get what I'm saying?
I knew Donald knew something when he was on the first news conference talking, and he said, he talked about Summer, and he looked over at Candace. He said, whoever did this, and he looked right at her, and when he looked at her, he could have killed her. I'm telling you, the look in his eyes, he did not want to be there. He did not want to put all them people into the woods and go through all they did, limping, coming out of there limping. He felt guilty. He felt guilty about.
For what?
He felt guilty because Donald is one of those. Candace don't feel nothing.
What did he feel guilty empathy.
For? He felt guilty that he felt guilty that, you know, he was feeling guilty due to the fact he knew what happened.
He knew that something happened to someone?
He knew, and they done covered it up, and he felt bad that these people were going through all they did due to, you know, over what I believe happened
if you
at the house. I mean, that's my opinion.
Well, another thing that really, really bothers me about this, and then after that detective, to me, what the detective said today was very disheartening. But to me, even worse, Donald did an interview, and I don't know who he did that interview with. I cannot remember, but he said, well, there won't be no arrest because you can't arrest when there's no evidence, when there's absolutely no evidence. There will be no evidence for them to find because there is no evidence. And that worries me.
He said that to the news person. They wouldn't let the guy come up on their land because Candace didn't want him over there. That was the news.
Well, remember that. But now with the detective saying that he's went over all the leads, and there's really not no more coming in. That's the way I took it. And that's very disheartening. To me, I think they need to start back over from the first lead and work the case again. I'm sorry. To me, they've dropped the ball on this. They've dropped the ball on this.
I don't think they did.
You don't? Why? How?
Nope.
Tell me why. Convince me to not think that, because I really don't want to think that about law enforcement. Because, like I said, I have a search and rescue dog. I used to do it.
They took too much off the table. They've already took too much off the table.
What do you mean? What do you mean by taking it? What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Okay, when at the start of this investigation, you know, at the start of this, they had a child, supposedly a missing child that either wandered off or got abducted, right? Rhonda, are you good now?
You think in the beginning they thought she wandered off or got abducted before they thought there was foul play?
Is that you, Rhonda?
Yeah. Is it better?
Okay, much better.
It
Thank
sounds
you.
better.
Well,
At
change
the
the phone.
beginning, they
You
had.
think they really thought she walked off, or somebody
Well,
got her adverse
I
to
think in the
something foul play happened?
I think in the very beginning they were led to believe that.
One
At the
cop.
very, if you take note, at the very beginning, it was Candace and Grandis running the show. Donald was in a frenzy. Candace and Grandis went with the she just disappeared, right?
Mm-hmm.
And went down the basement and just disappeared within 2 minutes.
Disappeared, gone.
Okay,
Disappeared.
vanished.
Vanished, gone.
Okay. And and when they called police, Donald, Candace, and Grandis all led the police to believe that
Somebody took her,
no,
or wandered off.
she wandered off. That's what they went with at first.
Somebody
Kind
went
of
for
like right.
minutes later, she was gone.
Gotcha.
And so they came up there with searchers. They came up there with search dogs and everything, right?
Because the cops was under the belief that she had
And
wandered off.
Candace knew the police are coming, right? But she didn't lock the dogs away in a shed. She didn't lock the dogs away in the house. She didn't lock the dogs away nowhere, right?
Right.
She let the dogs stay out, running all over the place, and they got with the search dogs, tore the search dogs up, the first ones. Now this delayed.
You
the
can't
search
even have a
because
search. You don't look. I've got a search and rescue dog myself. She's not in here. I would show you her, but she's not in here. You don't. Anybody look? I did search and rescue for 3 years, and if we ever pulled up on a site that we was going to search, if there was dogs out loose, you put those dogs up first before you ever get your search dogs out, because
absolutely,
you cannot. And so, to me, I would have to question if they didn't do that. Like why didn't they do that? And if they got search dogs tore up, that's kind of, And another question I have: did they put dogs in a truck that she had drove that day?
what they did is they pulled up there with the search dogs. Candace let the other dogs get loose on the search dogs. That delayed the process. They had to take the search dogs away and bring new ones in.
Right.
They had to bring the new ones in.
Yep.
And now, they're starting, they got the search going. It went way late into the night. I think that night they knocked the search off around midnight, 11:30 midnight, somewhere around in that area. From my understandings. And then Candace hid in the house away from the police, left Grandis and Donald out there to handle everything up with everybody. That right there was a big red flag, right? Biggest red
Because
flag
I'm gonna
right
tell
there.
you what, if my kid was looking, I would be walking up and down the road screaming, hollering, blubbering like a fool, and you would be taking me to the mental institution, giving me howl dog.
Absolutely.
Okay,
And
so
and this is the thing. This is the thing.
and Jesus,
If something like that happened, you are definitely going to
not
have.
gonna be
You're
out.
definitely going to have the grandmother in the house with the children, right, watching over them,
and you're gonna
while
be out
you
looking.
and your husband are out there with the
Cops.
police and the searchers,
looking
and doing what needs to be done, right?
Yeah, that's right.
You're not going to go hiding.
Nope.
Absolutely not.
I don't care how bashful you are, how much you don't like talking to the media, how much you don't like talking to people because they get you confused and they think something's wrong with you or think you're drinking or whatever, and
you're going to be out there.
You're going to be out there looking for your youngin'.
You're going to be out there screaming. You're going to be out there screaming.
And looking for your kid.
You can't stop. Get flashlights, get lanterns,
something.
Set bonfires. I don't give a damn what you do.
That's right.
But get through them woods and keep looking. Absolutely.
And we don't even stop at midnight. We keep looking.
And this is the funny thing. Candace and Donald said, abduction right off the bat. Well, we
Well, why
we
would they
knew.
say? I mean, they
We
didn't know that.
knew. If you knew, why didn't you tell the police that before they messed up the crime scene, right?
Mm.
Why didn't you tell them that? Because
Well,
you wanted it messed up.
well, and
That's what you did because you wanted it messed up.
well,
I don't
I
think.
have
Okay, another big red flag upon their asses, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, bye.
So basically,
What did you say?
now,
Rhonda said bye.
okay.
Okay, she said okay, bye.
Well, good
All right,
night.
bye. Good night.
Um,
Oops. Bye, baby. We loved you.
so absolutely.
Like being with you was fun.
Yeah, it was nice having her up. But yeah.
Well, and another thing, I don't understand why law enforcement didn't take the cars, especially the car they took to the to supposedly to the swimming hole. I don't understand why they didn't take that car in and search it more to see
I think
if it had anything in it.
I think because for the first few days, Donald and Candace Wells led them to believe that Summer might have been in them woods. To be
Okay.
perfectly honest with
And
you.
that's why they didn't take the cars then.
And then I think that what they did is they got scared that they wasn't going to find Summer in those woods and know that she didn't wander off. Donald's like, this is going to be bullshit on Candace. They would find her if she was out there, right? And when they don't, they're going to be back looking at you. So they came up with the abduction theory. Somebody must have took her. Somebody had to take her. All the bullshit in that aspect and so forth, which was just pure bullshit.
Well,
but that wasn't what really got them busted. What really got them busted was the fact that the detectives came up there and let Donald know right away the yellow car that was speeding, but nothing else. And he threw it under the bus when he needed something. When he was getting pressured to talk about Summer, to talk about the case, he needed something and he threw the yellow car out there and it had already been, off the market, so to speak. That's when, authorities, when you start throwing people under the bus that authorities have already pretty much, let ain't under a bus any longer, but you just need somebody to throw under to get the attention away from yourself.
Right.
Well, there you go. That was the telltale sign. But even more, as Candace went to take her lie detector test, trust and believe they hooked her ass up and she started freaking out. She was showing deception. She probably knew by their faces or whatever, or by her own
I'd have
fear.
been terrified. I'd have failed it
She
just because
freaked
I
the
was
hell
terrified.
out, and she started, like the Dr. Phil show, she started unhooking herself.
Yeah,
and
getting all upset.
And saying stuff, and I can't do it. I'm not going to do it.
And y'all ain't gonna make me feel
Right.
Yeah,
they already pretty much knew that
you know. I was real upset with the Dr. Phil show. I thought he would showed more. I thought he would have done more for the case. I really did. I thought he put Summer up there and put her name out there. Yeah, he did. But I really thought he was going to do more for the case as far as solving it.
that day at the pond or at the swimming hole, obviously Candace had wrote something to Hunter.
Wrote something? What do you mean wrote something? On what? What'd she write to
She
him?
must have texted him something.
Yeah.
From the doctor's office, or she, when he got out of the car and wandered off for a while, she might have texted him something. I don't know, or he could have, because you remember she said he lies about taking TikTok videos. I could show you TikTok videos that he took that Hunter has took. Well, there could have been a TikTok video of his own that day at the swimming hole, right? I mean, it's 101 things that could be on that phone. But personally, me, I think that there's some text on there
from
between
him and
her. I think there's some text on there between her and Hunter.
Yeah, and that's what they're looking at and trying to be able. Do you think that's true? What Rhonda was saying about the grand jury meeting next week and indictments may come down? Is that right?
Well, they didn't. They also did not show up and take Hunter's phone right away. Now they didn't show up to Hunter's house and take his phone until the next day, and they came there 3 times. They may have not
trying to get the story straight.
They might have not have got his phone until the end, and the next day Candace could have, because I understand that she did tell Hunter that she was on her way to do another lie detector's test because the first one she failed it or something, right? So I think possibility that she may have, either text him late that night from the kitchen when she was texting Allie and them, or she may have texted him early the next morning saying some stuff to him, before she went to take her lie detector test, because the police had to show up and actually escort her to take that lie detector test. She wasn't planning on going to the police department. They came and got her ass. Now that's
why would she not go to? I would be scared that they would come get me. Like, if I didn't go, that they would come get me. Like,
she told Allie and them that she had to get up the next day to go do it. But she got up the next day. She did not go to do it. She tried to get away from doing it, and they actually came and picked her up.
Well, why is law enforcement letting her go so long like this, and letting her get on YouTube? And
I believe that they've let. I think they let her go. I think they let them go.
Are they letting them go to get enough rope to sink themselves?
They let them go. They have let them go in order to build their case. They had to go down. They had to go down the avenues because there was so much in the sight of the public. So much in the sight of the public, like all these different people Donald and Candace was throwing out there. You had the Jody Sue, the Andy. You had them throwing out Allie and her family, the motorcycle people that came up there. Hunter's dad. Jose. I mean, these guys were throwing everyone they could think of under the bus. And
there's nobody else left to throw under the bus now.
The yellow car. There was so many things that Donald and Candace were throwing under the bus. And, law enforcement said, damn it, we have got to get all of this off the table before we can move forward with what we already know, right? And so they did. They have spent all this time, getting everything, because they do not want, they want to show everyone that when they prosecute this case, in my opinion, it's going to be prosecuted. And when they do, they had to show everyone that yes, they went down, explored every other avenue, everything the Wells were saying. They exploited it. They turned these people upside down. They made sure that these people had nothing to do with nothing before they prosecute, right? Because they cannot have us rising up and saying, hey, it could, like the lady on panel a minute ago. I mean, she's all over Hunter, right?
Why are you going to be over a 15-year-old kid? He's a kid. He's a victim. And I'm going to tell you something. Candace, that's another thing. How is all right, I totally believe that Candace and Hunter had something going on. And I do. Allie doesn't believe that. I'm sorry, but baby, your son was sleeping with Candace. Or if he wasn't, he was trying to. He wanted to get his willy wet. Sorry, I know it's nasty, but it just is what it is.
I hate to say this, but I think it was the other way around.
What?
I think
that Candace wanted Hunter, or Hunter wanted Candace. What do you mean? Which way?
Candace is trying to get Benny, and Benny's saying no. And
Candace now.
And Candace was trying to get Ernie, and Ernie's even saying no.
Well, that's
and
now.
I think that Candace was trying to get Hunter, and Hunter was saying no. I don't think anybody really wants to be with Candace but Donald, to be honest.
No, I think Hunter would. I don't think Benny would. I don't think Benny would at all. He's crazy as hell, but I don't think he would. He ain't that crazy. And I don't think, well, I don't know. I don't really know Ernie, so I'm not sure. I'm still trying to figure out the whole running down the damn road. I'm going to be honest. Deal.
I don't think anybody, I do not think anybody's that hard up, especially a younger boy. especially a young boy with a girlfriend. I mean, Hunter had a girlfriend. He was going to meet his girlfriend that
Well, that's
evening.
true. Maybe I don't know. See, I think that Hunter and Candace had a thing going on, even though Hunter had a girlfriend, because I
I
think
think
it was
Hunter
just a
just wanted to
plaything
I think Hunter just wanted to hang out with Candace and them.
and
And
drink and get his willy
yeah,
wet when he could.
exactly. I don't think he wanted anything else but to just hang out and get the
Goof
hell out of there.
and get high and have fun.
What
But
all teenage kids want, right?
but I do think that him and Candace had something. I mean, because some of those videos with them laying so close, and something ain't right with that.
Well, I went back and I looked over those videos as well.
Yeah. Did you
And
look
I'm
at?
gonna be honest with you. Yeah, Hunter was there,
Mhm.
hanging around,
But I also know you have to get close in those videos to
in the
get
video. But
into
I also
screen.
took
Yeah.
note that Candace or Allie's daughter was also in those videos, and I also took note that Summer was in
Okay.
those videos, and some other children were in those.
Okay.
They
So
were
all
all
right.
down in that basement doing those
Yeah.
videos at that particular time.
Okay.
But
So
but see, that's the thing is,
and you
you
don't
know,
know what frame of mind. Candace acts like a kid
you don't
sometimes.
know what frame of mind that other people are going to be in when they
Yeah.
see these things. What I'm trying to say is, if Hunter was Candace's son, real son, people would think nothing of it, right?
Right. Right.
But because it was Allie's son and Allie's a friend hanging there and her kids were there and they were doing these stupid little TikToks, all of a sudden, you know,
Yeah.
it's taken the wrong way.
Yeah. And you do have to remember that Candace has boys, so she is going to be well. She has a girl too, but Summer was younger, but she
Right.
is closer with boys. But I think the whole truth lies.
There was a 3-year difference between Hunter and Candace's oldest son.
Right.
And
Yeah.
that's not really a lot of
No,
difference.
that's not a lot because Hunter
Absolutely not.
acts kind of immature too. So
Well,
that's really not.
I
But at
know,
times he does, and at times I think he has to be very mature for his age. I do.
right.
I think he
And
had to grow up early.
to be
You
honest
know.
with you, I've got 3 sons of my own,
Mhm.
and I have, like my 2 older ones, they used to be, like real close. I mean, super close. Wherever you seen one, you seen the other. They played together all the time. They were
Mhm.
Batman and Robin, Superman,
Right.
these kids were like, I
Yeah.
mean, as I said, they
Well,
just,
one was, the other was. Yeah.
yeah, they were very close.
Yeah.
And then you take, my younger son comes along, and but one of my older sons, if you always see the younger son and him together now because they both like the same sports, they like the
Mhm.
same things,
Things. Yeah.
and yeah, and
They
my
might have
one
more in
son,
common.
all right, my one son is kind of into, other things that, really overly don't interest them. And
Mhm.
I mean, they all like gaming. They all like certain things together, and they do, play like football together. They play
Right.
certain sports together and gaming together and stuff. But a lot of times, my one son, he, would rather be, writing, or he'd rather be doing something that he
Something
likes
else.
to
Yeah.
do. And but you always see the younger son and the other one together, because
Mhm.
and there's a little bit of age difference there. But bottom line is, that's just kids for you,
Right.
if
Yeah.
and so there ain't that much of an age difference between Candace's oldest son,
Right.
and because I'm sure that, Hunter loved dirt bike riding, and so did the older son of Candace's.
Mhm.
Hunter
Yeah.
liked,
So yeah.
Hunter liked getting into trouble and so did Candace's oldest son, like getting in trouble. I mean, there's where the
Mhm.
middle son of Candace's didn't overly care for all that trouble. You could tell he didn't overly care. I
Mhm.
mean, he liked dirt bike, but he didn't like getting in trouble. So therefore, you would find him more with Summer and the younger brother. most of the time, and not with the the older
Yeah.
kids.
Yeah, because
There
he
you
didn't
go.
want. Yeah, yeah. Well, I still stand. I think the truth lies in Candace and Donald, or Don and Grandis. I do. I will say, and I don't understand why they've not been, I guess, to build the case, but I wish they would hurry up and do something. I
Right.
think, I don't know. I
Well,
think a lot more could have
I
been
know
done.
for a fact that from the get, law enforcement had something very solid, and
You
I
think
think it was
so? You
yes,
think so? Because they're
and
saying that they don't have anything.
oh, they do. And let me tell you something. They if they
See,
didn't
that's
have
what scares me.
if they didn't have
Right? They're not going to settle this.
if they didn't have anything, they couldn't have took wandering off or not wandering off, but they couldn't have took, abduction and trafficking off the table, right? So they have something.
Well,
You
all right.
you cannot exclude things if you don't have something.
How are
You
you
know what I'm
going? All
saying?
right. How do you explain the footprint then?
I say from the night before.
You think Summer had run off that far the night before?
No. Candace, from my understandings, the night before, Mr. Dobbs was up there,
Mm-hmm.
okay, to get his land. And then Jody Sue and Andy and them suggested 3 hotels to him. And then what happened is that night, Andy went over to Donald's. Donald and Andy and Jody Sue and them, they all got together and they went looking for Mr. Dobbs. I think the children were out there playing hide and go seek, running around.
And that's where a footprint come in.
And I think that's where the footprint.
Because the scent would still be there. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, all right. That makes sense. I got you now. So you've changed my mind on a couple of things. But I do. I think Candace. I think it all lies in Candace. I don't
think
know
whatever
if
happened that day after 3:15, and that's when they pulled in, and I was pretty much right on the money with that time frame from day one.
I don't know that she actually did something to the baby with her own hands. Or if the baby was sick or something. I don't know, but I think her demise comes somewhere in that, and I think those 3 is where where the truth will be found. I do.
Right.
But I think they've run their mouth enough to like I don't know Cam and Allie, but I do watch them on YouTube, and I've sat back and watched everybody. I've watched you, I've watched Cam and Allie, I watched Michelle Walks and Michelle, After Dark. Like I've sat back and I've watched the whole case, and I just think that it's gonna fall.
Right, Annie A. Exactly. He said that there is no signs of abduction or trafficking out of there.
Yeah,
away
he
from
did
there.
say that.
And he said that that wherever she is right there in the area. When they find her, she'll be right there in the area. They know whatever went down right there at 110 Ben Hill. When they said foul play on the table, December the 15th, when they said foul play was in play, that means they are looking at Candace, Grandis, and Donald. They're definitely looking at, I'm telling you, they're looking more at Candace than anybody. And that's who they should be looking at, because
she's the one that it
she's the one that was hiding from them. She's the one
Yeah.
that, Donald, even
and
Donald told
ultimately
her
was responsible for
many
Summer.
times. Donald said, Candace, I am protecting you. I am.
Yeah.
Why did he need to protect her if
why
he didn't do anything? Right there told on her, right?
Yeah. How do I see the chat in here? Like I'm on my phone and I'm through StreamYard.com and it says chat down here on the bottom. Do I just hit that so I can see the chat?
I think
but
so.
I don't want to throw myself out.
I think you do hit chat.
Okay, let's see if I hit that. I don't. Okay, now I'm in private chat. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, you hear me. Okay, it's under private chat. Okay, let's see. Comments. There we go. I think I see the comments now. Yeah, now I can't see you anymore. Or me. Or can you, or like you can't see anything.
I can see you. Yeah, I can see
okay.
everything.
All right, now I can see the chat. Okay, I can see what people are saying. I didn't know how. I was afraid to mash it, afraid I would cut myself off again because it's the first time I've done it. But yeah, I think it all comes back to Candace. I really do. And
Absolutely, it does.
I hope and pray that that is true, that the people meet, or
And you know, and I treat Allie with the utmost respect because I think her family's done been drugged through hell.
yeah,
I think
like
she's
who?
been put through
Yeah,
enough. I
yeah,
think her son has been put through enough. And
yeah.
and
I agree.
absolutely, I treat her with the utmost respect. And this woman knew Summer.
Yeah,
She
I
did not
agree.
fail Summer. CPS failed Summer.
Yeah, that's
And
exactly right. That's
and
exactly right.
and Allie knows
Well,
this
well, well,
little
well, well, well,
girl.
well, well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I take that back. Yes, definitely CPS failed Summer, without a
And
doubt.
and
But I
people like
also
Jody Sue.
think the adults in Summer's life, not just her parents. I'm talking about the other adults in her, like the people she went to church with, Allie, all they all knew what was going on with that child. Everybody. It
Allie
wasn't like it was
reported
a,
it.
yeah.
Allie did
Well,
report it.
there was other people that could have reported it too, and maybe it could have
And
been
there
done.
and
We
and there
could
was
all sit there and go,
there
it
was
should
a
have, could have been a woulda,
other people did. Other
Yeah,
people did.
yeah. So
Candace and Donald Wells had CPS at their home numerous times over the years. Numerous times. CPS was up there a lot. And they
what?
failed those
Well,
children.
okay. I gotta ask. Was Don essaying Summer?
I will not say that because I do not know.
Don't know. Yeah.
I hope
Okay.
to God
Hope to
not.
God not. Yeah, but don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't
Okay.
know. I
All right.
cannot answer that question.
I didn't know if that had ever come out in another. Because why was CPS coming up? Just because dirty house, not kept good type thing? Maybe
I believe that
maybe not
CPS
up to
was.
standards.
I believe CPS was called on them for abusing the children. People have witnessed them abusing them children.
Oh shit! Well, why were then CPS did
And
fail them? Because why were they still
and
there?
CPS and the dirty house and a lot of things. The children having lice all the time. The children having scabies. Just a lot of things.
Oh,
The
okay,
children not being fed right.
got
They
you.
were called on many occasions on numerous complaints and did not follow through.
Follow through. Yeah, that's what
And
happens here in Alabama. The caseloads are just they have so many, and you have kids that just fall through. I mean, it is what it is. So
I was watching a couple videos of the boys,
mhm.
and took note that they had no structure. They had no nobody was keeping those boys in line. Absolutely not. Those boys were utterly and completely out of control.
Well,
Absolutely.
what do you think about the first video of when it first come out, when the whole story first broke, and Don was there in front of the vehicle talking and had the oldest son, and he had his arm around his shoulder, and the child kept looking down? What is your opinion on that video? Why do you think the kid looked like that? Do you think he knows something?
No.
I think if the kids knew something, they'd already told it.
I don't think the
I think if they would have done something, they'd already told it by now. They've been out of the house long enough.
I think they
would have.
I think they have told some stuff, to be honest with you.
Well, yeah, I think they have too.
But
I don't think they've told what happened that day.
I think Donald had his hand upon that boy the way he did because
keeping him in line so he didn't say something.
No. He had his
I'm trying.
He had his hand upon his son. Well, for one, Candace could not control the oldest boy.
That kid didn't look like he was that bad.
Having problems. And Donald knew. And Donald's not stupid. Let me tell you, Donald does his homework. Absolutely does his homework. Who does the police talk to first when they come into a situation? They talk to the oldest child first, right?
Right.
And they try to get as much as they can out of the oldest child. Donald, this ain't Donald's first rodeo, right?
Yeah.
So he knows that, if you're an officer or any part of law enforcement, when you go into a situation like that, you go to the older children first, because
Right.
the younger children,
Yeah.
you know,
You sit down the oldest kids first.
exactly. You
Mhm.
talk with the oldest children
Mm.
first. And Donald was keeping his hand on the boy because one, Candace couldn't control him. Donald needed to be there, and you know,
That kid didn't look like he was that bad. I mean, what's
oh
so hard to
he,
control about him?
oh
I mean, he
trust
didn't look
me,
that was bad.
right? No,
Yeah.
he is bad, and
Oh.
he definitely is bad. They took them all three
Oh.
to the same
I'm
foster
trying to
care,
read this chat and I can't
and
see it.
he got put out of it.
He's that bad?
That's bad.
Wow.
So yeah, he does not like to follow rules or directions or
Oh, he doesn't
anything,
like authority.
and not
He
at
just
all.
needs some correction. Is all. He
And
just need well, and a lot of it is because probably the authority that he's been given all his life is not fair. It's
well,
one thing when you are taught to respect authority and authority respects you back because it's a give and take situation, just like us. You know, as adults, we walk around and we know if we don't break the law, then we don't go to jail. You know,
well,
and with a
also,
kid too, and if he's got authority that's constantly hounding on him, do this, don't do that, don't do that. No, of course he's not going to like authority. You know.
well, he also he he also wanted say over the two younger boys, and his way of, you know, if he if they was if the two younger ones, he was like, he kind of was, you know, showing that he also was showing them signs of how his parents acted, you know, with the kids as well. Because he would be in attack mode, like with the younger ones. If, you know,
Mhm.
he tell them or warn them and, you know, attack them. The two younger ones were actually afraid of him.
Good Lord. Jesus. I didn't know he was like that. I mean,
Well, it definitely, that's the way it was. And so yes, he had to be put
so he's
in
been
it.
physically abused too. Mm.
I
Who
don't know.
you
I
don't
don't
know?
know the
Well, who
oldest.
would have
I don't know
abused him?
how. I do not know how physically abused the older boy was.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Who abused him? Don and Candace?
I now the oldest boy. I don't know if he got physically abused that much or at all.
Or was just
I think the
more of a
younger. I
verbal,
think the younger ones were the ones that.
more a physical, and the
Yes.
older one was probably more a verbal because he had done probably got too old to, and too big to.
No, the older
No.
one for some reason was Candace's pet
Oh, really?
and Donald's. Donald was
I thought
making him
Summer
into his
was.
protege as well.
Oh,
Donald liked Summer. Donald liked Summer, but the oldest son,
like Summer. That sounds sick.
Donald, the older boy was Candace's pet. Absolutely.
Mm. Well, and he was older, and he could take direct. He wasn't like a child anymore. You know, he wasn't.
The older boy had no responsibilities whatsoever. He pretty much did whatever he wanted. The middle boy was the one that got all the responsibilities. The middle boy was the one that had to look over Summer, watch over if things weren't getting done right. The middle boy's the one that got all the flack and the backlash, and pretty much the middle boy is the one I would say got abused the most.
The worst.
Besides Summer and I mean, I'm sure that Candace attacked all of the younger ones. For some reason, she didn't overly attack the oldest one. I don't
That's
know why.
weird. That is really weird. Okay, so who is this Ernie dude, and what is going on with Candace and Ernie? Because I'm lost in this whole dude deal, and I don't know where he's coming. And from
To
what
be
I
honest with
understand,
you, I don't know much about Ernie myself. I
from
can't
what I
say
understand,
I
he's got
do.
a
I
little
don't.
group that wanted to go search her property, which I don't blame her. I wouldn't let them do that either.
Ernie did ask to get, he almost got up 1,000 people. There was people
Hell no, I wouldn't
actually,
have let that many come to my house. I mean, sorry. I mean, take up for Candace for a second. I wouldn't have let that many people come to my house search either. That I wouldn't have known if they wasn't law enforcement or something. Like,
well,
that's kind of scary.
these were people that just wanted to come and go through the woods I mean,
Yeah.
you got 1,000. I'm going to be honest.
1,000 folks walking around. I wouldn't have done that.
I
Sorry.
would have.
You would?
I absolutely. 1,000 people offer to show up and look for your child. Hell yeah. Absolutely. I would have been hugging it, and I
If
would have been
I
hugging every
guess
damn one of them.
I guess if they had good intentions, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. It is kind of weird, you know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I never understood why law enforcement didn't want people to help with this. I understand that the terrain was
If
rough, but
if your child's missing, you will walk through hell
that's right.
to
So,
find that child.
but
And if
why did?
if 1,000 people was willing to
Yeah,
come
I guess
and make
so.
sure that child was not out there somewhere. I mean, if you honest to God did not know where your child was, absolutely you would hug every one of their necks. You would
Yeah,
thank them
I
so
probably
much
would.
for showing up. You
Now
would
that
be
you say
so
that, I probably,
ecstatic.
now that you put
Absolutely.
it that way, I probably would. I wasn't thinking about it this way. I was just thinking about 1,000 crazy folks that I don't know showing up wanting to search my property. That's what I was thinking. You know,
No,
1,000 YouTube people
absolutely.
that I don't know.
I
You
don't give it.
know?
You know what? I'm going to be honest with you. I hope they're crazy as hell, because to go in those woods, you'd have to be, right?
No, I've searched some pretty rough. I've searched some pretty rough woods with my dog before on searches looking for kids. So no, we've went in some pretty rough stuff. So I would go anywhere. But I don't know. I guess I was just thinking, you know, you got 1,000 people that seen you on YouTube and they're going to show up at your house to search. I
Well,
don't know if I'd want that either.
you're out there with you're out
Yeah,
there with mosquitoes, you're out there with bears and snakes and
snakes and
wolves and
yeah, that's part of it.
packs of wild dogs.
And I get, and
You
that's
can't
another
be
thing.
sane to
Why?
show up and go through that, you know?
But this is what I don't know. Why? Okay, why did law enforcement not want the public helping in the search with Summer, but in other cases, like that other little girl, they did? Why did they not want people to help? I
Um
didn't understand that from the
I
beginning.
did see that. I went back and I did research that.
Mm-hmm.
And they said the same thing. They asked for everybody's help in searching their land, their property.
Well, I understand that, but I'm saying like doing a grid search. You know how they do, and they'll ask, you know, anybody to come in and help or whatever, or if they've got dogs that are trained or whatever, come in and help. And you know, you go in and volunteer, and you know, you search and
And
stuff.
as they said right now, the sheriff said that anybody certified is more than
And then
that is
welcome.
certified is more than welcome to sign up. I guess they're probably going
Do
to
you? I wonder.
and with him and with that note, with him saying that, it sounds like they're going to do another huge search,
I
right?
did hear him say that anybody that wanted to help in the search could sign up and be certified.
That's right.
Like I have said, I have a search dog, and I have really been wanting to come and cold nose that case. But I don't know if people would let me on their land and say that's what. I don't know if Candace would say, and I'd have to be on the land and stuff.
If they do another thorough search,
Cause see, I can be qualified.
Candace ain't gonna have a choice. They will get a restraining or not a restraining.
Really?
They'll get
Or
a
whatever
search warrant.
search warrant to do it.
Absolutely.
Well, I swear, I think like he does, that baby is somewhere close. I think Candace has her hands all in it, and I think that's where they need to search at.
Right.
I do. I don't think she was abducted. I don't think she was taken off the hill nowhere, or anything like that. But I do think there's something fishy when Candace said that she went right and looked for her, and she went way down that one road on that. I think they need to go way down that one road.
Absolutely.
I do. I think there's something in that connection there. You know, and the fact that she left the house twice and she didn't mention that. Why would she not mention that? Why would you not mention that? Because you know somebody's going to know, and then it's going to hang you right there.
I'm going to tell you, if you had a child that you thought,
I'd be going nuts.
You know,
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you something. I can't speak for every parent, but I know that they would have been searching for me in those woods.
Yeah.
If I thought my child went out there, my ass would have been lost as well. And you don't care. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm going to tell you,
I
God
wouldn't have
said,
stopped till I found my child. I wouldn't have. I
the
wouldn't have
Bible
stopped.
tells us that, real love is the greatest of all. I mean, Jesus, there's 10 commandments. And, and upon those he hung one, to love one another as as he has loved us. And he died on that cross for us, right?
Mhm.
I mean, he gave his life for us.
That's
and we're
right.
supposed to love one another the way he loved
Loved
us.
us,
And
that's
that's
right.
enough to give your life if needed, right?
Right.
For another human being. And, and that's why love is the greatest thing of all. It's because if you truly love someone, you're willing to do whatever,
Yeah.
if it means stepping in front of a bullet, you're going to do that. And I don't know, I can't speak for every parent, but as far as I mean, I can speak for myself. And I'm telling you, I would step in front of that bullet. Absolutely. I mean, I have proven time and time again, how far I'll go for my children.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, I am
I
am the parent, I have ran out. I have, you're on a parking lot and you're taking your kids to a car and, they take off and you see that car and you're willing to get hit by that damn car to save that child.
Well,
absolutely.
I mean, yeah, exactly. Well, I'll give you, look, check this out.
You don't give a thought for yourself.
No.
So, for someone to say, if the police told me to stand on the sidelines, I'll stand there. I'm going to tell you, if you really love your kid,
you ain't gonna stand on the sideline.
You ain't standing on no damn sideline.
Wait a minute. Hold up just a second. And I do have to, okay. Now, I told you I did the search and rescue. On a professional level, when we would go out and have a child that was missing in this case, just say in a case like this, usually you didn't want the parents searching with you because one thing, if you didn't know if they were involved, you sure didn't want them searching right there with you to contaminate anything you come up on, And then another reason was you don't want, if they didn't have nothing involved and the child did just wander off, you don't want them to be there when you find the child.
You don't want them to see it.
Right. So
yeah, but they're going.
But see, and I think of that, and look, I have stood there and held the hands of a woman that's 3-year-old was missing and had been missing for 10 hours. And I had to hold her hands and tell her that she had to stay there while we went and searched. So on a professional level, I do know that sometimes the cops, they do that. They don't want the parents to go and all that stuff. But at the same time, I think if I was in that situation and as much media and YouTube as Dawn was on, I think I would have been hollering, we need volunteers to come help look for my kid.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm going to be honest
hell
with
with
you.
what the cops say.
But
now I do know on
I
a
would have
professional
told
level
them,
they do
look,
that.
I'd have told them, look, for one, I wouldn't have waited on the cops. I'd already been out there.
Yeah,
Fuck
I'd have
that.
been looking. Yeah, I'd have had everybody in the damn neighborhood looking.
That's just the way it is.
Yeah, I'd have had everybody in the neighborhood.
And two, if the cops did get there before I could get my ass way out there, if they did somehow catch up to me, I'm not going back. Tie a rope to my ass and let me keep going. But you ain't going to keep me from going. I feel this way. However, I'm going to see that child no matter how they find it. Right. I'm going to see it at some point. I'm going to see it at some point. So,
like that too.
let me see it now, damn it.
Yeah, I'm like that too. I would want to see it too. Yeah.
I need to know. I need to know. And I need more so to know I'm doing every damn thing I can possibly do. That I ain't sitting on my ass somewhere, putting my child in other people's hands. I need my child in my own hands, right?
That's right. I would have been screaming on, on YouTube and everything else for volunteers to come help. I totally get what you're saying. I mean, I don't understand it. I would have been running up and down the road. You would have had to put me in a mental
Yeah,
hospital
well,
to
you
get
ain't
me
gonna
to
be running up
stop.
and down the road if you already knew what happened.
Well, that's true. That's
You
true.
know?
That's when you would be in the house hiding.
Exactly. And that's what they did. And Don and
Yeah.
Candace knows it. You know, absolutely. They know what they did,
Well,
in my opinion.
it's my opinion too. I just can't. I'm praying for the day that there's some charges and it gets rolling. But I want to know where that baby is. That baby
Right.
deserves justice. She deserves. I don't believe she's here on this earth anymore. And I may be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. But either way, that baby deserves justice, and she deserves to be brought home with the
Well,
respect that of
I
either
always,
way.
I always say if a human is evil enough to do something, they'll do it again. If they're
Hmm.
evil enough to
Well,
do
she pretty
something,
much
they'll
did
do
with
it
her
again.
first child, but she just didn't take it all the way, didn't she? Her
Absolutely.
little boy that
And
she beat and made him
and
have problems with his head. I mean, she pretty much did. This is just the second time she took it the whole way.
repeat.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So she pretty much did it. So if
You
you
know.
say if that be true, if that's what you say and that be true, she pretty much did it. So it's already there. But yeah. So, but yeah, I think it's on that hillside. But I'm glad you answered some of my questions tonight because I've really had questions with this case. And I'm like, oh, I wish I could talk on a panel and ask some people some stuff.
Well, you
So
are most
I'm glad
welcome.
you let me come up. I appreciate it. And
Absolutely.
I enjoyed it. But
It's open panel here every night, so you are welcome to come
oh, well,
back.
good. I may come back and all for real.
Absolutely.
And yeah, this case I have been watching it like it has consumed me. Like I every night, every morning I'm looking on, Facebook, YouTube, seeing what's out there, seeing what's going on, and it just makes me sick. It makes
Right.
that poor little girl,
Absolutely. And
that
what
poor
makes
little
me,
baby girl.
it don't just make me sick that they did, in my opinion, what they did to Summer, but it makes me sick to see them destroying other people like Allie and her family,
Yeah.
and Mr. Dobbs. This
Yeah.
man had to try to change his whole identity because of the ridicule and everything. He was so unfair to get from everything going on. And as so many people like the young man that sold the truck to Robin and them,
Yeah.
Robin's husband, and then he goes and gets attacked by crazos because why? I mean, these are all these people are getting attacked and torn to pieces, just like Don Sherfy Sr., which didn't deserve any of that. This
What do
man
you think
worked
about
for
his
law
son
enforcement.
though?
I
You
think his
think there
son
could
made
be anything in
I
that?
think his son made a big damn mistake in what he done. And I think that his dad said, "Hey, you
Yeah.
made that mistake. You're going to pay
Pay
for it."
for it, right? I get that.
Absolutely. And but what do I
But you
think?
don't think he had nothing to do with Summer? I mean,
Absolutely not.
okay.
Absolutely
Because
not.
I mean, I've looked at that little
The
way
way
too.
Donald and Candace Wells have acted from day one lets us all know who
did it.
did it. Absolutely. I mean, right there it lies. And
Well, why did the
absolutely.
sheriff say that they had lawyered up?
Oh,
if
they
they
did lawyer
didn't?
up. No, they did.
Oh.
They absolutely
Well, wait a
did.
minute. Did they lawyer up on the boys' case, or which I didn't
No,
see?
Donald fired the lawyer that he had. He had a court appointed attorney,
right?
which when he went into jail, that attorney was still supposed to work for him because they got him for what they got him for was violation of probation is what they
Right.
got him
Yeah.
for. But
Yeah.
he still had the charge of drinking and driving and
Right.
so forth. So that court appointed attorney was supposed to still be representing him.
Right.
And anyhow, I had to get a bot. That's what got me
that's
caught
okay.
up.
That's okay.
But anyhow, was supposed to still be representing him. And what happened is Donald terminated that attorney because from inside of jail, he hired a family lawyer for him and Candace. I don't know about Grandis, but I do know that this lawyer is supposed to be for him and Candace for this particular case. I not like I don't know if he's handling everything overall. I doubt it, because that could be a
Conflict of interest.
conflict of interest.
Mhm.
But I do know that
Well,
he is handling
why are they lawyering up now? Why get lawyers now?
because foul play came into play as of December the 15th, and
Foul
they know
play.
foul play, and that means that they're looking at them as the reason Summer's missing.
Oh hell, I didn't know that. I missed that part.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
All right. So why do they have the private investigators that's looking in? Why do they have private investigators?
They've had them PIs from the beginning of all of this.
Why?
Because they wanted to play the fucking victims. They wanted to play the fucking victims and act like everybody else was the problem. And Don and those private investigators
Hasn't one of them already quit by now?
No.
Oh,
They
okay.
still have them. It's a man and woman, a husband and wife. I've talked to them personally, both of them.
Is their job just
on numerous
find Summer?
occasions? They are 100% for finding Summer, and absolutely. And
And
the
they
Wells,
have no leads either, evidently.
I'm sure they've fed TBI a lot of information. Absolutely. I'm sure they have. But they called and offered to represent the Wells for free, and that's why Don and Candace took them on.
Damn.
It's because they are doing it for pro bono.
I'm gonna tell you what. Not on February 12th of this year, I was turning off of a main highway onto the road that comes to my house, and there's an eighth of a mile drag there, a downhill drag that's opened up, and a 17-year-old kid come over the top of that hill in a truck and hit me in the butt.
Oh wow!
I was sitting there, stopped dead still, waiting to turn, and he hit me running 70 miles an hour in the back end and did not hit his brakes. Now I'm gonna tell you something. If I had done that to somebody, they would have locked me up, thrown me under the jail, and eat me alive.
Right.
Now, it's amazing how other people do stuff and get away with it.
Absolutely.
I don't get it.
Yes.
So I don't understand how Candace and Don have been allowed to do and get on YouTube and do some of the things they have and not be in jail. I mean, we know why Don's in jail now, but that's because he broke his probation. So I just don't have much faith in Hawkins County.
Right. Do you live in Tennessee?
And I know that's huh?
Do you live in Tennessee?
No, I live in Alabama.
Oh, okay.
I live in Alabama. But I'm just saying, from the outside looking in, I'm just like, I just don't have, I don't know. I hope they have more in it than what I'm seeing. I hope they have more. But from the detective's interview tonight, it was earlier today, it was just very disheartening to me.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
For him to say that, he didn't have anything new. From the very day one. That's worrisome. Or does that mean they got all the information they needed on day one, and as of this point, there's no need for them to get any information because they got all they needed on day one?
That's exactly what they're saying. They knew from day one, but they had to clear everything out of their path to keep us, the people, from coming at them with a bunch of shit that Donald had thrown out there, trying to get people, and a lot of people was biting into it and believing it. I mean, hell, I seen a lot of it go around the bush like 15 times as if it was new every time Donald said it, and it sickened the hell out of me. I'm like, when are people going to wake up and see what's being done to them? When are they going to wake up? And that's actually what brought me out here. Is, I was done with it. I felt like I had to stand up. I had to stand at that bush when he came around and knocked him on his ass.
Right.
I did. I needed it to stop. Just fucking stop.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it needed to get where it's at now. The truth.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the truth was there from day one.
Yeah.
And that's how law enforcement talks. Matter of fact, the other night's exactly what I said. You know, they knew right off the bat what had happened, but they had to go down all of those avenues and get, you know, ran crazy in order to get where we're at now. And that's because, you know, we the people make them do that. You know, we make them go down every avenue before we allow them to you know, land right where they knew they should have been landing in the first place. Absolutely. I mean, you knowing something and, you know, proving it, it's two different things. And you know, they knew from day one, but they had to, like I said, they had to go venture down everywhere to get everything off the table so they could have whatever, you know, is solid on that table left. And like I said, something's very, very solid on that table, and it has been from day one.
You see where Remy Bell has put on there, let's pretend that Don and Candace is innocent for a minute. And all the gas phones and videos
I can't do
cleared.
it. I can't do it.
Then where is she?
You know, if
that's
Don
why
and Candace
I can't clear them. I can't put her nowhere else.
If we could imagine Don and Candace being innocent for 1 minute,
or that baby being abducted and being somewhere else, then maybe I could think of another theory.
No, if we could think of them being innocent for 1 minute, it would put Summer back on that hill, right? That's what it would do. It would put her right back on that hill, and she'd be okay.
Yeah,
for that 1 minute.
But I mean, even if, you know, we look at it, I mean, even in theory, there's no way you can even look at her as abducted. So, I mean, really, because let's be honest, if you can't even look at the theory of her being abducted, then where is she at? I mean, if she was abducted, then where's she at? Like, seriously, where would she be? And you can't tell that. The only place she's going to be is on that hill. Because we all know nobody come in there and abducted just her. Not in just that, what she say, 2 to 5 minutes. When she held her hand and walked her from Candace's trailer over to her house. Now, I'm sorry. We know Candace is not just that great of a mother. And I'm not either. Because 20 foot, I would not hold my baby's hand and walk her 20 foot. And why would a child go inside to go down in a basement when out of their own mouth, she loves being outside? So why would she go inside to a basement?
She didn't.
Right.
Rod.
Oh my God, Rod. Oh my God.
You're absolutely right. I was their biggest damn cheerleader when I thought, you know, there was a chance, like everybody else. You know, you want to give it people
benefit of the doubt too.
Absolutely.
I jumped back and forth,
I wanted to believe. I really wanted.
Help them. Yeah,
I really wanted for once it not to be the parents. Absolutely,
I did too.
right?
Yep. I've been back and forth. Yep.
Absolutely. And with that church hanging around them and all this and that, and you know.
I don't know how many times I went to my daughter because I told you, you know, we was watching this case come on the Amber Alert when we were coming through Tennessee. I don't know how many times I've been to my daughter's house in the last 10 months and walked up there in the morning after watching YouTube and going, no, I don't think Don and Candace had nothing to do with it. You know, when she's going, Candace had it, Candace did it, because my daughter thinks Candace did it from the beginning, and she hasn't changed her mind a bit. And here I am going up there, you know, every week. Well, maybe they didn't do it. So I have tried to give them on many occasions, give them the benefit of the doubt.
That was a lot of mine and Candace's problem is I wrote in her on her wall of her YouTube, a lot of bad things when this first came out. I told her, you know, it did point right at them. Everything pointed at them. And I was very mean. Matter of fact, I got put in Facebook jail
Oh wow.
Yes,
Damn, girl.
absolutely. Not once, but twice because I was so hard on her.
Mm.
And then I seen, the church and stuff around them, and one thing and another, and I started feeling like maybe I'm not,
Mm-hmm.
so righteous. Maybe they, give them the benefit of the doubt.
Right. That's what
And
I've done.
and
Yeah.
that I did. That I did. And once I got in there, and I'm going to tell you something. Everybody in this chat that knows PG knows that I will stand behind you 100% till you give me damn reason not to, right?
That's right. Yeah. That's
Absolutely,
right.
I will. I mean,
Yeah.
I am your bestest friend. You wouldn't want a better friend than
And
PG
and
until
the
you screw me over.
and the whole
And then
deal.
then you wouldn't want a worst enemy, right?
Yeah. And well, I've always said I can be your best friend or your worst nightmare, and it doesn't matter how
Absolutely.
I give you what you give me.
Absolutely.
If you give me attitude, I'm gonna give you attitude
And
back.
I gave Candace and Donald every opportunity to come here and prove prove to us
Mm-hmm.
that they didn't do anything. Come here and talk. I asked Candace to come here and support her daughter. Yes. Has PG not been here? I've been here every night, just about it, except maybe 5 nights since I've started. And how many nights has Candace been here?
Has she come on?
Once.
Mm.
Once.
I'd love to get on here with her.
I'm going to tell you something.
Mm.
And that's the one time she screwed up, didn't she? And
I would just
told
love to
about
ask
how
her
she
some
come out of the
questions.
driveway. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you something. Yeah, yeah. I actually absolutely, I was there, and absolutely yes. I tried to hold on to hope all I could that this family did not do such a heinous thing to their child. But you
Yeah.
know what?
You
I had
can't.
to
There's
face.
nothing else to come to. There's no
I
other
had to face
conclusion.
the truth. I
Yeah.
had to face the truth. At some point, you got to face the truth.
Yeah. There's no other conclusion. Yeah.
I pretty much knew from the get the truth.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. You don't want to think that of somebody.
you don't want to think it. No, but it ain't what I want to think. It's what I have to think.
Yeah.
And that's the truth.
Yeah.
That's
Yep.
what we're searching for.
Yeah.
And
Well, searching for that little girl that needs to be given the proper respect that she deserves, that she deserved from the beginning, that everybody failed her on.
it's the truth that's going to bring her home.
Yeah.
It's not innocent till proven guilty.
Mm-mm.
Ain't going to bring her home. What's going to bring her home is the truth. And that is what I have put out from day one on here.
Okay, I've been seeing everybody talk about all those necklaces they've been wearing in the pictures. Do we think that has anything to do? Just I would like to take one of those necklaces. I want to know what's in it.
I think
I would like just to, just because people's brought it out there.
I think about the only thing they're going to find in those necklaces is probably, if anything, drugs. I mean, absolutely not. They know that if they put something like that in there, because
you would think Don wouldn't be that stupid, would he?
Well, when you cremate someone, it still has
DNA
in it,
yeah.
and they're not that stupid.
Okay,
but
I would hope not.
But they're bastards. These are some really evil. I mean,
are they really that evil? I think they're just kind of dumb. But anyway, no, I didn't say that. Anyway,
they are. I'm going to tell you
they're
something.
just raised a different way.
When you do something as evil as they did, and then you make a mockery out of it the way they have, you're a fucking dirty, low-life piece of shit.
Yeah.
They don't get no dirtier or nastier.
Yeah,
that
your daughter is missing, and you've made a mockery out of this shit.
Well, it's
when
not
you've
that.
Got
it's
people,
not. It's not. It's not. It's their. You don't understand. Their daughter's not missing.
Yeah, they know exactly where she. Yeah.
To them, their daughter's not missing. They know exactly what happened to their daughter, in my opinion, and even after all the dirtiness that they have done, they're making, they're making a mockery out of it.
Yeah.
And I mean, when they get prosecuted, I would not want, I would not want, I want them put under the cell, not in a cell, but under it.
I think I want to come and watch the trial. I think I'm gonna come to Tennessee and watch the trial when it happens.
You ain't the only one's going to be there.
We're
There's
gonna
going
pack
to be
the room out, all the YouTubers.
absolutely. I mean, I hate to say it, but I think they'll be they won't even be standing room outside.
Probably won't be sitting around. That place will be packed for real.
It will be packed. Absolutely.
I hope, because that little girl does need justice. I don't even know that
she
child,
deserves
but
it.
yes, she does. Yes,
She
she does,
deserves
and
it.
it's pathetic. It really is. Well,
And
Prayer Garden, it is 1:00 in the morning where I'm at, and I have to be
okay.
at work in the morning and go to therapy. So
I was ready to
thank you for letting me come up.
I was ready to
it.
get out when the lady in there was wanting to come up. I don't know what matter of
Yeah.
fact, I think the one wanting to come up didn't even come up. So
Yeah, I'm
I
glad
don't
you
know.
let me come up though. I enjoyed it. I really did. I'll come back if you'll let me.
Absolutely. It's open panel here.
All right. We'll
Over
have to get
here we I don't own this YouTube. We own it.
That's good.
We
That's
own
good.
it. Everybody that our family.
Yeah.
And we've all been here from day one, and
Well,
you're welcome
I've
to
come in here and I've come in your lives and watched you and listened. I've
Yeah,
listened to a lot of your videos, and I've sat in and watched them, but I've just never said nothing.
Oh,
And
you are
I've
more than
watched the case a lot and stuff.
right.
So
You're more than welcome to join our family over here. We got a beautiful family,
all
and
right, I
we
sure
meet
will. I'm
we
glad to
meet
be a part.
every night of the week except Sunday.
Okay.
I didn't come on last night because of some things going on, but
Yeah.
we definitely Sundays is the day I take off usually to spend with my daughter. We watch When Calls to Heart
Yeah.
together, and some just some time for me to be with my kids. But other than that, we're here every night, and tomorrow night hopefully Allie's back up here with us.
Good
And
deal.
we're going to have a summer night. Tomorrow's going to be about summer, and hopefully Allie will join us and give us some insight about how much Summer loved to laugh and the things she loved to do, and how she the birthday party, how things went there, and just give us some insight about maybe her favorite thing to play on over there across the road in the park. And Allie real life knew this little girl, and I think she could tell us a lot about her and everything. And I just wish people would give Allie an opportunity.
Yeah, none of us are perfect. Like, she didn't have, I don't
Absolutely
think
not.
Allie was, and I think her and Candace had a falling out as girlfriend, as friends. Because I have a friend that was like that too. Stuff like that happened. So,
Right.
and I don't think Allie was involved. I don't. I really don't.
I personally like Allie. I think she's a beautiful person. I think she, the one thing I love about Allie is I think Allie knows how to be a friend if you know how to be a friend to her.
Right.
Absolutely. And I love that about her.
Yeah.
So, yes, absolutely. And she is, she tries hard. I could tell she tries really hard.
Yeah.
And,
that's all you can ask from somebody anyway.
We shouldn't always be putting people down because God don't want us putting people down. He wants us to build each other up,
Yeah,
right?
you have to lift each other up. That's the only way you get through it. Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right, babe. Well, I am headed to bed, and I'll probably see you tomorrow night.
All right, sweetie.
Y'all have a good day tomorrow.
God bless and much love to you.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, everyone. That was nice, I guess. The one lady sure did dislike Allie that came up, right? I mean, this lady here is very level-headed, very kind, caring person. The other lady that was up there earlier, I actually think she got a little pissed off and left. I don't know. But it is what it is. And she didn't want to give Allie or Hunter any room at all, did she? And I didn't like that at all. I know how tragic it can be and how things follow you in your life when people lie on you and are deceitful and they you know, they lead people to believe that you're a person that you're not. You have to live with that for a long time. I mean, sometimes the rest of your life. If it's, publicized the way this is, it could follow you forever. So, and you always, even if people know better, they'll just say it to get to you, to hurt you. And I'm afraid that's what might happen to Hunter in the future, and I don't like it at all. I'm not for that whatsoever. Absolutely not. And a lot of other people that the Wells have allowed to be thrown under a bus and criticized, and it's just not right. So anyway, hopefully Allie joins us tomorrow night in support of Summer and everything, as I said. And I think I'm gonna let everybody get out of here. It has been a wonderful night. I want to thank all my mods for keeping everything under control. You guys are just awesome. Absolutely awesome. And I want you to know how much I appreciate you, because I do. I absolutely am grateful to have each and every one of you in here helping out with everything. God bless you all. And much love to you. And everyone else, the rest of our family, God bless you as well. And much, much, much love to you. I can't believe God, I'm still in awe that he put so many of us together for Summer. But he did. And I thank him. I absolutely thank him for putting us together for this little girl and to keep her name out here in the light and on fire, to keep law enforcement moving and looking for her. And I just can't wait until we find her. We bring her home and we get justice for her. I don't know which is going to come first. As I've always said, I don't know if we're going to get justice and then her back, or we're going to get her and then justice. I don't know, but I know we're going to get it both one way or another. I know we are, because God is, we serve a powerful God, and he is listening to us, and whatever we ask, I know he answers. So we are definitely going to get answers. Absolutely. And I think they're coming faster than we think. So regardless of, what people are running with right now, I'm just going to stick with the truth. I think law enforcement has known from day one. And I do personally believe that, in my opinion, there will be a prosecution. And I think that prosecution is going to be upon Candace. Definitely upon Candace. And possibly Donald and Grandis as well, once Candace starts singing like a bird. And we will, at that point, I'm sure, get Summer found. Yes. So, as I say, just keep prayers going up for Summer. Please, 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 please keep praying for her. And pray for one another. Absolutely pray for one another. And know that PG is always praying for everybody. I pray for everybody. I just hope that, Summer's found soon. I really do. As of the 15th, it'll be 10 months. And 10 months too long, right? 10 months too long. All right, everyone. God bless. I'm going to put up her picture. Let's just all keep her in the light and keep praying for her. That's all I ask.